with me my colleague from Cape Town. Here's Amanda. The idea was pitched in the UK in an office to try and put money together that can fund technological solutions or pilots that could help environmental pollution in key manufacturing sectors in the world. The whole premise of the program thus is to spend money in very well-equipped teams and partners and consortiums that can try and test these new technologies and ways of doing things, of making things within sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. So it's funded by the UK government, and it is implemented implemented with the technical assistance from UN Trade and Development. So that's us. And then it's the consortium on the ground that's then helping in project management of the actual entire program is two companies, it's Pegasus and South North. And we are here today from South North. There you go. So the concept was possibly conceived in an office, but it was definitely grounded in scientific research and evidence. And my colleagues commissioned a baseline study in 2020 to look at what first of all, which countries, which geographies has the biggest concentration of manufacturing and which sectors are the most polluting. So this baseline research that was done then really painted quite a stark picture around key sectors and key areas. So the SMED program does now focus on 5 key high impact sectors, which is, that's where you are. And it's, I don't know, it's a bit blurry, I hope you can see. So we've got plastics, the plastic pollution is the key sector, organic waste, lead acid batteries, textiles and apparel, and then tanneries. So these sectors were identified not only for the environmental footprint, but also for their key economic importance in these countries. They are big employment generators. They're often one of the biggest export industries in these geographies. And they can also mostly benefit from circular economy practices and new ways of production. So when we looked at projects and trying to choose projects within these sectors and areas, we really looked for projects that's rooted in a local context, right? We looked for just the right mix of partners by local experts and also strategic partners across the world to try and implement these projects. And we really look at targeted interventions that have the potential for wider systemic impact. And in this project here today, the Green Tannery Initiative, I think we found one. We found the perfect mix. We found that really that's the key recipe of strategic partners and local experts and a really keen industry that's willing to try and test these solutions on the ground. So we've got 27 projects across these areas. And in tannery specifically, we've got 4. So there's one in Ethiopia, as you know, 2 in Bangladesh and 1 in Pakistan. And the solutions range is quite wide. It's around capacity building for environmental and social compliance. It's around innovative approaches to waste valorization, which this one is definitely a key project of biotechnology. And then also we're investing money in traceability systems that can track hides from raw materials to final product. So if you want to learn more about any of these projects in our work, please do scan our QR code or come and speak to us afterwards. So then you know why we're all here today. I'm going to leave the experts to tell you more about this project. But then just to sort of note as a closing point is that there seems to be a very key moment in time where everything is coming together. There's pressures from international society, international regulators, like especially the EU, around changing environmental norms and standards and social norms and standards when it comes to manufacturing and making goods and products. So at the same time, there's pressure from brands and retailers. So their sustainability demands and targets are changing. So there's a different market expectation, and that filters down to the tanners on the ground that's feeling this pressure. So we're here to help try and test new ways of making leather, cleaner, more sustainable leather. In sectors such as the tanners and leather sector in Ethiopia, which is the key exporter, which is the government priority area. And we're here just to learn and to work together and to collaborate around scaling this potential solution. Because that's a key aspect of scale, is to not only try and test it, but also help the solution really take roots and scale to other geographies or other sectors potentially. And then we'll also work with government, with policy regulators to try and influence and align these new technologies with local and national policy. So, thank you.
You can go and say that we are waiting for the dignitaries to join us, so kindly bear with us for 5 minutes. Thank you, Elizabeth, for a wonderful overview about the SME people.
Thank you, Ms. Elson, to give the overview about the SNEP Green Initiative project. Thank you so much. So we are waiting for the ambassador to come. Yeah, I request you all to wait, please. Thank you.
Right? No, no.
அந்த சிஜி கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரெண்ட் எழுதிங்கன்னா என்னன்னா வசந்த் சாருக்கு வந்து அந்த ஸ்கிரீன் தெரிய மாட்டேங்குது. இந்த பக்கம் திரும்பும்போது கூட ரொம்ப பக்கத்துல இருக்க மாதிரி இருக்கும். அந்த பக்கம் ஒரு ஹேண்டில் கேமரா இருக்கு. கொஞ்சம் இல்லை நல்லா நம்ம ப்ரெசன்டேஷன் ஆரம்பிக்கும்போது
மைக்கு ஹோல்ட் அது அன்ஸ்டேபிளா இருக்கு மைக்.
ஆமா, அது சும்மா வச்சிருக்காங்க.
ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணு.
ஐயோ, நான் கையை காலம் ஆட்டும் knock out the book. I like this pencil. It looks cute. It looks cute also. Very nice,
என்னோட மொபைல் நீங்க வச்சுட்டேன் தெரிஞ்சேன்னா ஸோ பார்த்துட்டு அவங்க கரெக்டாக ஃபோக்கஸ் ஆகும்.
அதனால மைக்க மூடிட்டு
யாரு இவரு?
அவர் யாருன்னு சொன்னா நீங்க கமெண்ட் எடுப்பீங்க. அதனால
அதுக்காக தான் பொண்ணு போடுவோம் கையில.
ஓடிட்டு இருக்க நான் வெயிட்டா இருக்கும்
நோய்க்கெல்லாம் எங்க போன முடிச்சுங்க எப்படி
கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ல வரணும்.
நீங்க ஏதாவது ரெண்டு பேசிட்டு
அது போதும்
அவங்க கொஞ்சம் பின்னாடி
சிஸ்டத்துல பார்க்கலாம்.
சைடு வச்சுருக்கோம்.
இந்த பக்கத்து ஆடியன்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. இருந்தாலும் அப்படிதான் இருக்குல்ல. இதுதான் ரொம்ப தெரியுதா? வீடியோ தெரியுதா பாருங்க. தெரியுது தெரியுதா? வீடியோ தெரியுது.
இது நல்லா தெரியும். முன்னாடி எல்லாம் இன்னும்
தெரியுதுங்களா? இருக்குங்களா? எவ்வளவு திருப்பணும் பாருங்க. திருப்பணும். பார்த்து ஆயிடுச்சு.
எது
இல்ல ஆஃப்லைன் மோடுக்கு போயிடுச்சு. ஆஃப்லைன் மோடுக்கு போயிடுச்சு.
செட் பண்ணிக்கிங்க. ஆஃப்லைன்
ஆஃப்லைன் மோட் ஸ்க்ரீன் வந்து இந்த இதுக்கு போயிடுதுல்ல. பரவாயில்ல. ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிட்டாங்க.
ஒரு பில்லர் பண்ணுவோம். அதான்
டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணுங்க சார்.
நல்லா இருக்கு.
பேசுங்க.
Very good morning. Perhaps I think we will use this time productively by sharing the overall perspective of this project. At the outset, I, on behalf of CSIR, CLRI, thank SMEP for having granted this funding for this project, which is very, very important and crucial in the sense that it brings about significant benefits. I welcome the Ambassador of India to Ethiopia, and this project has given us the opportunity to introduce and implement most important cleaner technologies in this place, Ethiopia. And I hope that this is just a beginning, and this will bring about a significant change of implementation of the cleaner technologies in a larger scale and wider manner. Thank you so much.
esteemed participants. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the stakeholders meeting as part of the SMEP Green Tannery Initiative project. The global leather industry is currently at a critical juncture focused on adopting sustainable practices and reducing environmental impact. This event aims to showcase the project's achievements in this area and explore the strategies for broader dissemination of these sustainable technologies within the Ethiopian leather sector. We are joined today by representatives from industry, regulatory bodies, international organizations, the scientific community, the project management agency, and more, all gathered together to explore opportunities and take challenges in elevating the Ethiopian leather sector. Now, I would like to request the dignitaries, His Excellency Shri Anil Kumar Rai, Ambassador of India to Ethiopia and permanent representative to the African Union, Dr. Milkesa Jagema, Director General, Manufacturing Industries Development Institute, MIDI, Ministry of Industry, Ethiopia, Mr. Robi Redda, Director, South North, and Ato Zulfikar Abaji Head, Manager, Leather and Leather Products Industry Research and Development Center, to have their seats on the dais, please. Please. I request Mr. Zulfikar Abaji Head, the gathering. Over to you, sir.
இல்ல சார் அது இது ஆஃப் பண்ணி
Morning.
டைம் பார்த்து ஆன் பண்ணிக்கலாம்.
Your Excellency, Mr. Anil Kumar, right, Ambassador of India to Ethiopia. Your Excellency, Dr. Milkesa Jagema, Director General, Manufacturing Industry Development Institute, distinguished representatives from government ministries, regulatory bodies, and academia, colleagues from South, South, and North, UNCTAD, UNIDO, tannery owners, industry partners, and colleagues from CLRI and our center, Laser Research Center, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Laser and Laser Products Industry Research and Development Center, I warmly welcome you all to the second stakeholders meeting of the Sustainable Manufacturing and Environmental Portion SMEP project on the Green Tannery Initiative. The Ethiopian leather sector, having huge raw material base, it has an immense potential to contribute to export earnings, import substitution, employment creation, enhancing government revenues, and other multiplier effects to the national economic development. Despite many efforts made by the government to enhance the growth of the leather sector, the overall performance of the sector has been below the expectations. Environmental sustainability challenge is among the critical challenges of the leather sector identified in our leather value chain analysis. Various technological interventions which aim at ensuring sustainability in leather manufacturing are being undertaken by Leather and Leather Products Industry Research and Development Center. Implementation of cleaner production technologies are among the interventions to address the environmental issues of the sector. These efforts aim to advancing Ethiopia's leather industry towards an environmentally responsible and competitive in the global market. Our research center, Leather and Leather Products Industry Research and Development Center, in collaboration with international renowned leather specific institutions, has been doing a commendable interventions in adopting technologies to ensure environmental sustainability in Ethiopian laser industry. The sustainable manufacturing and environmental pollution SMEP project on the Green Tunnel Initiative is among the interventions being undertaken. The objective of the project is to reduce environmental pollution by introducing enzymatic anhydride as a cleaner alternative to sulfide-based process, and by developing technologies for utilization of solid wastes generated during the process. This meeting comes more than a year after the completion of the main project phase, and it gives us an opportunity to take stock of what has been achieved. The project has focused on two important areas: introducing enzymatic anhydride as a cleaner processing option for Ethiopian tanneries and developing practical technologies to convert hair and fleshing waste into useful products such as biofertilizer and lacquer. We are pleased that this work has brought together key actors across the value chain: tanneries, ministries, universities, environmental agencies, and our implementing partners from SMEP, UN CTAD, and UNIDO. I am especially honored to welcome our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Anil Kumar Bhai, whose presence reflects the strong commitment of both the government of Ethiopia and the government of India to green industrial development. I encourage all of you to use today's discussions to share your experiences, identify opportunities for scaling up these solutions, and align on how they can support initiatives such as the modular laser industry cluster development. I once again welcome and wish you productive panel discussion, valuable and actionable outcomes. I thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Excellency Anil Kumar Rai, Ambassador of India to Ethiopia, Dr. Munkesa Jagama, who's the Director General of the Manufacturing Industries Development Institute, and Mr. Zulfikar Abajad from the Leather Research Institute, representatives of UNCTAD, UNIDO, the Leather Center, CSIR, CLRI, and representatives of industries, manufacturing industries in Ethiopia. On behalf of now, welcome, and on behalf of South North, it gives me, I want to say, it gives me great pleasure to be here today. South North is an organization, a not-for-profit that's based in Cape Town. It was set up in the year 2000, so we're 25 years old. We've been active in Ethiopia since about 2011, 2012. But our focus of work has been predominantly in the climate space, in sustainability, but also in the climate space around climate finance access, working closely with the Ministry of Finance, with the Ministry of Planning around policies, on climate policies and other bits. So we've been less involved in the industry sector, and we're really pleased to be in this space and then to contribute to that. So as the leading organization, one of the leading organizations that's working in partnership with UNCTAD and Pegasus in delivering the Sustainable Manufacturing Environment Program, I wanted to say a bit more on some of my observations. So SMEP is a partnership consortium, as said, South North Pegasus, both based in South Africa, Cape Town, and UNCTAD, and it's funded by the UK government. As LZ said, we started off the program with a very detailed assessment baseline to understand where this program needed to intervene and in which countries and in which sectors. And a few minutes earlier, LZ had her presentation. The idea was to have very practical intervention. In that sense, SMEP was very unique, in the sense that it was about practical, it's to identify the sectors, but not just recommend mitigation actions on paper, but also to see where the opportunity lies, and the commission work that alleviates pollution on the ground, so practical solutions and its implementation and piloting. And and this we did in a number of sectors, around 5 sectors, as Anzat mentioned, and in a number of countries, in South Asia and also in Sub-Saharan Africa. So it took us a bit to get, and this has all been done through an open procurement process. So anybody will apply, and big projects will be selected through that process. It took us a bit to get a good program from Ethiopia, but I was really pleased to get a very good one, which also represents our main, right? It's a southern organization partnering with another technical southern institution, so South, some funding from northern partners. So it was a good partnership. So we're quite pleased that came through, and and within the short time frame that the project has been around, it's managed to achieve a number of things. We have a pilot plant that was done in a very short time. We do have conversion of technologies, testing at the industry level, and good products. So it's really a pleasure to have been part of this, and it brought in a lot of good partners together. There's always this, scaling this up is an important element of what needs to happen in the future. But as a program, as a time-bound program, we might not have an answer to this, but we'll be very happy to work with all of you in identifying opportunities together, making sure that this continues. So it's just, we want to be one of the stakeholder partners that has this conversation. Finally, I've recognized that I follow CSIR's newsletter from time to time, and I've seen a number of times Ambassador having conversations with Mahan, others, and felt it gave me a lot of confidence in terms of the level of attention was given. Of course, the other group, within our sector, in the Ethiopian Ministry of Industry, and also the technical institutes in leather and manufacturing and so on, there was total commitment, and it was great to see this. So without taking a lot of time, thank you again, and have a successful workshop.
Thank you, Robi Reda, for that comprehensive brief. Thank you. It's now my privilege to invite our guest of honor, His Excellency
Good morning to all of you, and my apologies for being late by a few minutes because there was some confusion on the program which was shared with me. Dr. Milikesa, Director General of PD, Dr. Zulfikar, and other dignitaries who are there on the dais, distinguished representatives from Government of Ethiopia, colleagues from UNCTAD, UNIDO, UK, FCDO, Dr. Balram Madan from CSIR, CLRI, the distinguished participants from LLPIRC, and the participants from the Ethiopian leather industries. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you and my good morning to all of you. When I got to know about this specific event, so I was very excited because although we are terming it as south north, but it is I can say it has a much wider participation. So this is the right example where all the stakeholders, the United Nations, UNIDO, a country like UK, with whom we have a very close relationship, and the Ethiopian government, the knowledge from India is coming to create value to something which is extremely important for us. Why it is extremely important? Because sustainability is not an issue of one country, but it is an agenda item for the world. And how all sorts of stakeholders can come to one platform. This is what is the highlight of the day. And I know that most of you come from scientific background, having good industrial understanding. So reducing the footprint of chemicals which are persistent in nature, which can continue for a very long time, or those once it get mixed with water, then eliminating it is become very challenging and difficult. So it will continue in the environment for a very long time, has multiple side effects, and which for quite a number of reasons in developing countries tend to be ignored. So this initiative I see is a very forward-looking, and it is also very timely. And also the country which has been chosen is very important because I understand that Ethiopia has the largest cattle population, and cattle is the mainstay of the economic activity of the farmers who constitute probably 80% of the population. So in that way, the social and economic benefits of any initiative which we take, which brings efficiency into the system and ensures sustainability, give decent employment, is really praiseworthy. So with this, I would like to thank each and every stakeholder who is involved in the process for taking such a forward-looking initiative. Now, coming to Ethiopia's specific approach which they have taken in the field of environmental protection. So this is a country which has come up with climate resilient green economy strategy and want to become carbon neutral and attain a middle income status by 2030. Although it looks very ambitious, but they have created a blueprint for this. And for that, they have taken multiple steps which are praiseworthy, which as a people working in environmental protection and manufacturing should know. So the first one is that this is a country whose 90% of electricity comes from green sources, largely hydropower and geothermal. So number one is this one. The second one is they have started the Green Legacy Initiative, through which I think every day the number changes, but some 36 billion seeds or seedlings have been dropped, planted in multiple locations, which is a Guinness Book of World Record right from the first day, and it is continuing. So there are also multiple initiatives for watershed management, anti-erosion tracking, protection of various water bodies. Although they are not a party to the Ramsar Convention on preservation of wetlands, because at some point of time, Ethiopian leadership, they have been a little conservative. They think that the moment they become a party to an international convention. So the international rules will start coming on them. But I have seen many of their water bodies, they are far better preserved than the Ramsar Convention. So a big round of applause. Self-initiated, guidelines from by the Ethiopian side. Coming to one of the which Ethiopia is forward is hosting of the conference of parties on climate change, which is called the COP. So the 32nd COP in 2027 will be hosted by Ethiopia. And this project is also going to be concluded or its tender will be completed. So I want to give one task to you, you all are ready. And that task is that can we use this initiative which we have taken as one of the showcase during COP 27, the COP 32. And we can tell to the world that how everyone can come, collaborate and come up with such good initiatives, which is beneficial. And this will become a showcase for Ethiopia and all the stakeholders. One of the important agenda of Africa is that how they can get more funding under the climate financing, the loss and damage. A major argument which is given by Ethiopia, which is 100% correct, is that their contribution in the greenhouse gases and environmental pollution is less than 4%. And they are equal sufferers of the environmental changes. So the mitigation measures which has been agreed in most of the climate change negotiations was that the countries will contribute to overcoming these shortcomings. Disproportionate FCO and other international organizations like UNCTAD and UNODO has come to support Ethiopia. So this dynamics will also come into play. Now, coming to two important things that let's not stop here only to look it as a leather. When the leather processing starts, when the culling of animal takes place, and if it can migrate or it can be upgraded at that level, where we can able to collect other beneficial products right from the source. And one of the most important one is the collagen, which is a byproduct when the animal is culled. And collagen has great importance in healing the skin-related disease, particularly those which are deep wounds. And I have realized that largely none of the African countries have gone into this kind of practice. So you have animal, you take out the skin, you only realize the value from the skin. So collagen can add a new dimension and it is a very high value process. So this is also really needed for addressing the health needs of Africa, particularly Ethiopia. Now, coming to some of other advice from my side is that generally the world is becoming very conscious of environmental protection and use of chemicals. And there are markets where the moment any product which is processed in a sustainable manner gets a sustainability certificate or tag, a green tag, then the price realization of that product goes much higher. So Ethiopia is a country which is about to migrate from the least developed country to the middle income country. So for them, the you can say better realization on their exports is one of the prime targets. So I want that this element should also be somehow integrated in this process, and we should go for all kinds of certifications which are possible for the new kind of leather products which are going to come up, get green tag for it, and also this is going to reduce the sanitary and phytosanitary barriers, which is called as non-tariff barriers to trade to the Ethiopian leather products. So that will help in increasing the quantum of exports of Ethiopia globally. And with this, I would like to thank each and every one of you for the type of effort you have put, the type of collaboration you have done, and all the detailing which you have done for this project. As India, which is a trusted partner of Ethiopia and the larger part of Africa, we take deep pride because it is under our chairmanship, the African Union became the permanent member of the G20. It is under our leadership, the non-aligned movement started. We are one of the flag bearers of the global south. So there is no doubt that we have to walk together and we have to jump together. Thank you very much.
Representing His Excellency Manak Mandavar, Minister of History, who could not join today due to urgent official engagement, we now request Dr. Nkesa to kindly deliver the process.
Your Excellency, Mr. Ami Kumara Rai, Ambassador of India to Ethiopia, distinguished representatives from sister ministries, regulatory agencies, and academia, colleagues from CSR, CNRI, LLP, RNDC, UNIDO, SMEP, and the United teams, ladies of Ethiopian Laser Industries, leaders of Ethiopian Laser Industries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to join you all for this second stakeholder meeting of the SMEP Green Tunnel Initiative. I extend my appreciation to all the project partners and participants gathered here today, both in person and online. This initiative is timely and highly relevant for Ethiopia. The Ethiopian laser sector remains an important pillar of manufacturing, employment, and export potential. As we continue to strengthen this sector, we are equally committed to ensure that it grows aligns with our national vision for sustainability, environmental stewardship, and inclusive development. Across Ethiopia, we are striving to build green manufacturing hubs that demonstrate how industrial progress can go hand in hand with environmental sustainability. The work carried out under the SMEP Green Tunnel Initiative is an example of this vision in action. It shows that industries can adapt cleaner practice, reduce their environmental footprint, and still not only remain competitive in regional and global markets, but become economically sustainable. The efforts made through this project were whether in improving process practice, addressing major waste-related challenges, or strengthening institutional capacity are helping us move toward a sustainable manufacturing ecosystem. They also reinforce Ethiopia's broader commitment to climate-aligned and resource-efficient industrial development. At this juncture, I would like to make a special mention of the close relationship and the long-standing collaboration between the Ministry of Industry of Ethiopia through the laser and the laser product industry research center and the Ministry of Science and Technology of India through the CSR Central Laser Research Institute. This partnership, which began in 2010, has continued to grow stronger with each passing year. I am particularly encouraged by the linkage of this work with the ongoing development of Mojo Laser City. Our aspiration for the Mojo to become a model laser cluster for Africa, one that is integrating sustainability principles from a very beginning. Partnerships such as one we see under the SMIP involving government, research institutions, industries, and international agencies are essential for realizing this ambition. I take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the government of India, and I hope this message of gratitude will be conveyed through the Honorable Ambassador for the continued support and extend across several important areas of cooperation. I would like to acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our partners from CSIR, CLRI, LLPRC, MEDI, UNICAP, UNIDO, and SPEP program. Your collaboration showcases the value of shared expertise and the collective action in addressing national priorities. We are now at an important point in this journey. The progress achieved so far is promising, but the full impact will depend on how effectively we move toward this broader adoption in the long-term integration of sustainable practice. The Ministry of Industry remains committed to work closely with all stakeholders to ensure that the outcome of this project contribute meaningfully to the transformation of our laser sector, including the development of Mojo Laser City and the other emerging industrial zones. Let me conclude by thanking all partners, experts, and industrial representatives for your continued engagement. I wish this stakeholders meeting a great success and I look forward to seeing the lessons and outcome of the SMEP initiative translated into tangible progress on the ground, strengthening both our industry and the prosperity of Ethiopia. I thank all of you for attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As a token of our appreciation, I now request Dr. B. Chandrasekharan to felicitate the Indian ambassador with a memento. So this is the leather product made out of enzyme-based antimony. I now request Dr. P. Saravanan to present a memento to Dr. Nilkesa Jagin. We are now request Dr. Martin to felicitate Mr. Robi Redda. I now request Dr. Nishat Fatima to present the memento to Atul Zulfi. Thank you so much to all. We will now take a short coffee break. Please feel free to network and exchange ideas with fellow participants. We will resume for the next session at 10:50 a.m.
Yeah. Yes.
Please join us. Yeah, they are most important people.
Thank you. So,
Yes, Clear to say it? So they know Indians more than India. You know, usually Indians are business ties in the Yes. So that's the problem. You can't say that
Ethiopia also claims that they are more closer to India.
So you all can.
Oh, yes. Yes. No, I mean, we want everywhere, not just for Ethiopia. For all of the plants. Yes. It's trying to pull that.
So you are now.
One that side. You keep it, two from this side and.
Around 10, then it's coffee table.
He quite just one more.
Nothing.
நமக்கு இல்லையா இப்ப நம்ம எல்லாரும் அவங்க 19 வாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க.
Yeah, they need to. So. So they need recognition. So it's not science.
Take us into the core of today's agenda. We have the presentation on Smart Green Target Initiative projects by Dr. Madan, Chief Scientist from CSIR, CNRI, India. Let me take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Madan to enlighten us with his insights. Thanks.
Once again, very good morning to all of you. So in my presentation, I will try to cover the progress update with reference to the Green Talent Initiative project that is being sponsored under the STEM program. Of course, we all know that Ethiopia is the largest livestock population in Africa. So some of the challenges that Ethiopia is facing today is meeting the environmental requirement norms. And particularly in terms of meeting the wastewater requirement as well as solid waste management. So there are no effective solutions for solid waste management. It is completely being dumped. So which is going to cause a significant environmental damage, which on these waste on degradation is leading to greenhouse gas emissions. So we came up under this project to address two major aspects. One, bring in an enzymatic annealing process by replacing sodium sulfide to be used for annealing process. So one of the problems with sodium sulfide, so all of us, many of us know, for the benefit of some of the governmental agencies here, I will try to brief on that aspect. So sodium sulfide is a chemical along with lime is used for removal of hair. And most of the leather manufacturer, so the consumers do not prefer leather with the hair. Of course, there are 5% of leather that are made with the hair. We call that as hair and tan leather. So for 95% of leather that we use as product, so hair is not desirable. So therefore, for centuries, we have been using the process of lime-based process. And then after industrial revolution, we have started using, particularly when we started mass production. So we wanted to make quickly turn around. That's when chemicals came into significantly. Otherwise, if you look at earlier version, before 2-3 centuries, it was all predominantly zero discharge, big member of the family. So, but as the industrial revolution came in, we have problem of pollution. So, and particularly, the sodium sulfate is one of the major pollutants during the pre-tanning process, which results in when it goes into the wastewater, it burns the hair. Since it burns the hair, the VOD and COD load in the wastewater is going to increase to an extent of, particularly if you take the pre-tanning operations alone, the VOD and COD load will increase by 70%. But if you take the overall composite load, it will increase by about 20 to 25%. So by recovering the hair, we are not allowing the hair to be, the VOD, COD load can come down. And by replacing sodium sulfide, many cases, sodium sulfide results in a fatal gas liberation H2S. Particularly when this stream of inhaling wastewater comes in contact with the acidic stream, it can form H2S gas. Globally, there are several fatal accidents have happened because of this H2S gas. So that is, therefore, we consider it is important to eliminate the sodium sulfide from the leather processing, and the route that we chose, reuse. So by which we are addressing the problem of sodium sulfide, and we are recovering that. Another major solid waste that we would like to address under this project is flushing. Flushing, of course, many of us know that we remove the adipose layer, which is very loose in fiber texture, which is not desirable. So if we have that flush layer during mechanical operation, it is not conducive for making a good quality leather. So therefore, in one of the pre-tanning operations, we remove the flush, but the quantum of flush is huge. Somewhere about, for 1 ton of raw material that we process, nearly about 100 to 150 kilograms of flush we generate. So, and there are no effective viable solutions that are available globally to handle this flushing waste, and these are being dumped. So when you dump them, it decays through aerobic and anaerobic route. When it goes through anaerobic route, it results in methane, and methane emission has 25 times more potential than the impact of carbon dioxide in terms of its global warming potential, which means 1 kilogram of methane is equal to 25 kilograms of generation of CO2. So therefore, we need to avoid dumping such waste. Instead, after this project, we want to circularize these waste. Thereby, we can save tons of, thousands of tons of emissions of greenhouse gas gases only in Ethiopia. So this project consists of 4 major work packages, trying to understand the baseline scenario in terms of particularly the quantum of waste that are being generated. And also we wanted to bring in some OHS, occupational health and safety aspects as a awareness program under this work package 1. And in work package 2, what we have done is we have developed there are enzymatic processes being there for 2 decades, but nobody adopts it. So one, there is a perception that it is so very expensive, and 2, it requires very intensive process control measures. So for these reasons, generally, globally, tanners do not prefer to adopt enzymatic inhaling process. But we had an intensive work package under WP2, work package 2, where we have developed a process which is economically viable and effective in terms of its process control, so that there are no quality issues that would happen. Once we complete that, we brought in an application trials in Ethiopia and standardizing the process for Ethiopian raw material. And of course, utilize the hair and brushing is the other 2 work packages. I'll quickly take you through the progress. Under the WP1, the key aspect that needs to be noted is the quantum of production currently in Ethiopia stands at about 150 tons per day. So it used to be more than 200 tons per day, currently, but the actual capacity for all the tanneries in Ethiopia is about 300 to 330 tons per day. But currently, it is only about not even 50% utilization of its capacity. There are so many reasons. So under the baseline survey, what we could get is the current processing capacity in all the tanneries in Ethiopia cumulatively put together is about 150 tons per day. So and therefore we determine what is the quantum of flushing waste that is generated, what is the quantum of hair that may be generated potentially, and we estimated if we dump these hair and flushing, how much of greenhouse gas emission is going to be generated in Ethiopia. And we have quantified something like 7,000 to 8,000 tons of kilograms of greenhouse CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emission is going to be liberated per annum in Ethiopia. So that we were able to compile it from this work package. And also, as I mentioned, we also did a workshop on occupational health and safety in October. Of course, we started this project in August 2024. And then subsequently we completed the baseline survey by September, and October we did this workshop. And also we have trained our colleagues from leather and leather products industry research and development center. It's very long name. I'll make it short as LMPARDC. Train them in measuring the carbon footprint from a tanning sector. And we also, another important thing that we wanted to do under this project is creating awareness among the people who are living adjacent to the tanneries. So we have respective capillaries in the tanneries. We from LLPRDC, they sent a request to provide our shortlist names who are youth, as well as we provided at least 50% should be represented by women for this training program. The idea is to inculcate in them about the leather value chain. So one of the why Ethiopia is considering leather value to be important is the employment opportunity that it creates. So particularly when we have good quality leather, the leather product industry would develop, and if leather product industry develops, the employment opportunity is tremendous. So overall, leather sector globally, all developing economies pitch very big on this sector is because of this employment opportunities, and therefore it contributes towards the inclusive growth of the economy. So in that context, we chose people who are adjacent to the tanneries, so that we create an awareness, and if they get a inclination towards leather, when they see that is the great potential value in this, they can get aligned and get into a job into the leather sector. And this training program was quite successful. They were all very impressed and motivated about the opportunities and the potential the leather value chain creates. And we also did a cleaner leather manufacturing workshop. This was exclusively done for the production managers of various tanneries in Ethiopia. So with reference to the enzyme selection and optimization, there were about 6 enzymes that were shortlisted, and out of which we did a thorough R&D in terms of understanding their potential in terms of removal of hair and the amount of enzymes that are required, and optimized. Once we optimized, we brought our colleagues from LLPRDC to Sailari, we trained them in the process of, when during that time we optimized in our Indian raw material. So, and then once we have completed that as a package, so we have, of course, now still this work package originally we planned to cut it off at some point of time, but we are still continuing this as a R&D. So where we want to further reduce the cost and also create a wide scope of ease of doing the process. So one of the issues that I was mentioning is the process control requirement is stringent. So conventionally lime, lime or sulfide, if you don't attend to the material for 1 hour, 2 hour, 1 day, 2 days, no, it doesn't matter. So the quality is not going to change. With reference to enzyme, the timing is very critical. So for us, what we have optimized is SARS. So that we want to slightly expand and give some scope so that it becomes comfortable for the tanners to adopt. Of course, tanners are used to adhering to following very stringent process control. The process of pickling. Pickling is one process. If you don't do properly, it will lead to swelling. So therefore, tanners are used to adhering to very strict process control measures. But when it comes to liming and annealing, they are very relaxed. So now that they are relaxed for more than 5-6 decades, it is quite challenging to change, because generally in leather manufacture there is a tendency to follow what is known. So it is again you give them a very narrow band, it's quite challenging for them. So it should be done through a series of intervention. Capacity building is required to be taken. First, we have done the capacity building for our colleagues at LLPRDC. Followed by that, once we are optimized, we took that optimization process recipe, and then we did with the Ethiopian raw material and got it optimized at LLPRDC. And we again have standardized the process to the conditions of the Ethiopian raw material, the goat, the bovine pigs. Once we have done that, we brought in the target participants, the BMOS in charge, BMOS technicians from various families in Ethiopia were brought, and they were showcased the ease of doing and hiring process. So it is important that we need to percolate that it is easy to adopt. So you need to first show how. Only then they will be able to do it, when they go back to their respective tanneries. So it is important to prove that this enzymatic annealing would work. And this demonstration went on for a period of 5 days, where all the raw materials have been dealt and 3 different enzymes were. So we had a process combination of about 9 different processes to be achieved at a very short span of time. So also it is important that we need to optimize our resources so that our planning was so efficient that we were able to complete effectively in this short span of time. At the same time, the participants were also convinced that it is possible to make a good quality leather with enzymatically annealed processing. So all the products that you see is predominantly made out of this part. We did a kind of pilot scale trials, and subsequently we were able to post on it, and we were able to make a good quality leather. So the products could speak. So I would request all the tannery participants to go and have a feel of the products that were made out of enzymatic annealed leather. So and subsequently we chose 5 tanneries. So to do the commercial scale trials. So for the commercial scale trials, Dr. Saravanan will be briefing during this opening remarks on the technical session. So therefore I will skip through this. I'm also going to skip through about the WD4 utilization of hair and as well as blushing. So Dr. Shakila is going to deal it in detail on utilization of hair. But what I would like to say is this was a patented technology of CSIR CLRI. Originally, we were planning to propose 2 different options. One is on the compost, another one is a curtain handle assay. And considering the Ethiopian context, compost you require a large land area and you require high temperature. So being relatively a lower temperature, the composting would take a very long time. So we chose, based on the discussion from the whole team, we chose to use the second option to go for thermal hydrolysis or making chemical hydrolysis, which can go for biofertilizer application. So flushing waste was a development. So we developed a process. We wanted to make a very simple process. There have been several experimental trials that we undertook under this work package, and then brought in a simple process so that we make a biofertilizer. The organic component can go for biofertilizer, line can be removed. Dr. Nishad will be dealing this presentation in detail. And we established a pilot plant at LLVRDC. So last 2 days, we had a demonstration, showcasing the possibility of utilizing air and the flushing waste for making the organic hydrolysis. So the participants who came in for this demonstration trial, they are all convinced that they can make a good value out of waste, thereby circularizing the overall the waste and valorizing the waste and circulating the economy. So as a way forward under this project, so we may have to handle, interact with the tanners and fine tune the process if they have any challenges. That we are looking forward the feedback from the tanners during the technical session 1. So based on their feedback, we will slightly fine tune it. And there are certain R&D is still continuing under work package 2, and we would like to build further capacity of our colleagues from LLPRC on utilization of air and flushing. So, and another interesting development that happened in parallel was a feasibility of establishment of Mojo leather cluster thanks to UNIDO. So we were asked to do this feasibility report, and the outcome of feasibility report is, of course, we have various outcomes in terms of establishing CETP and creating other facility infrastructure. And another important thing is establishment of solid waste management. We would like to thank many those listening team and UKSCO, and particularly we would like to thank the cooperation that we receive from the team. So whenever there is a bottleneck, so a response is so quick. That is why we are able to more motivated to continue and doing the project. And then I would also like to thank our partners from the ICT. And our LLPRC team was so motivated on this project, and because of the motivation towards the project, so now we are taking this solution and we are going to propose a project under the EU, which is termed as Switch Asia. So we would like to have our LLPRC colleagues as one of the co-leaders for this project. What we did in Ethiopia, we are now likely to do it in India, and we are also planning to Vietnam. So while we take care of aspects in India, maybe we will try and involve our colleagues at LLPRC to bring out some intervention in Vietnam. And last but not least, our dedicated staff from CLRE, where the backbone, for the successful of this project. I thank you all for your listening. So I'll be happy to take questions. Would like to have questions now, or if you would like to go later? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, for the detailed presentation on this groundbreaking initiative. Next, we have the panel discussion on commercial scale enzymatic annealing process at Ethiopian canneries. this session will be moderated by Dr. P. Saravanan, Chief Scientist, CSIR, CLRN India. I request him to share his opening remarks and moderate the session. Now I welcome the esteemed panelists, Ms. Elzit. Oh, please.
பேர் நான் உங்களுக்கு சொல்லுவேன் அவங்களுக்கு சொல்லு.
Edward Devanatachi. I welcome you all to this technical session, first technical session. I will just set the context of the session. I will not take much time. The objective of this session is to present the major outcomes of the commercial scale demonstration of the enzymatic engineering, to present the observations from the tanneries where we have conducted the commercial scale demonstrations, to discuss the strategies for implementing this technology on a wider scale in almost all the tanneries. And finally, to explore the possibility of implementing this in other African countries. So this is the context. I'll quickly go through. Yeah. See, the problem here is the average production of the ATP is about 150 tons of raw exenskits. As Dr. Madan elaborated, sodium sulfide is one of the problem substances, major problem substances in leather manufacturing, apart from the sodium chloride and chromium. But when we consider sodium chloride and chromium, compared to these two, this is fatal because this is the source for the generation of H2S, which is a toxic gas. And therefore, eliminating the sodium sulfide is very, very important and critical. And what we have done, as Dr. Madan had already described, 6 enzymes were chosen, screened. Why we have chosen 6 enzymes? Because 2 aspects are very, very important. One is efficiency. Number 2, economics. Efficiency becomes very, very important because here in Ethiopia, the temperature, the average temperature is low, and the enzymes do not work. The optimum temperature of the enzymes, temperature optimized about 35, 37 degrees. Therefore, we have to choose enzymes which could work in low temperature. So that's number 1, efficiency. Number 2, by using the enzyme, the process cost should not go up significantly. It should be on par with the sodium sulfide lime system. And therefore, we have chosen 6 enzymes and the efficacy and also the economics of strategy. And these enzymes process were standardized in Ethiopian conditions, and we have conducted the commercial scale trials. Now, we need to, as Dr. Mohammed yesterday said, we need to conduct the commercial scale trials or implementation system in other tanneries, more number of tanneries in the coming days. Thank you all so much. I set the context. Now I request my colleague Dr. Shakila to welcome the panelists.
It's my privilege to welcome the esteemed panelists, Mr. Elzit Henshelberg, Technical Project Manager, South North, Mr. Ermias, Factory Head, Elico Tannery, Ms. Diane Sainzoga, Chief Regional Office for Africa, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, Mr. Yehalas Asefa, Addis Ababa Tannery, Mr. Kebede Amide, Factory Manager, Kolba Tannery, and Mr. Manikandan, Industrial Expert, to come on to the dais. And I request Dr. Saravanan to take over the session and conduct it. Thank you, sir.
he might.
I'm sorry. I request the panelists one by one to present their perspective and views. And at the end of their perspective, listening to their perspective, perhaps we will have questions and discussions. Thank you. First, let me welcome Mr. Elizabeth Hanselman to present our perspective.
Thank you so much. I was asked to prepare at this specific intervention and to explain my views around how this intervention that seems quite simple is contributing or aligning with the SMED objectives. But before I start, I just wanted to say that I'm really encouraged to see that the SMED objectives are not unique to the program, but also very unique to the Ethiopian government and their priorities around green industrialization, chemical substitution, climate change, etc. So internet and hearing as an innovative solution to us really tick all the boxes because it's around chemical substitution, a chemical that Madan has explained so well how bad it is for the environment, but also for the human health factor, not only for people working in factories, but also downstream communities that rely on water sources that's now potentially contaminated by sulfide-rich wastewater, and just handling the chemical every day. So from an environmental point of view, it is extremely beneficial around soil commit and reducing the load and wastewater, especially. And then health, as I mentioned. And the third aspect is around circularity. And that's another pillar of this SMED program. It's really to encourage scale production, which it is, but also to have now an additional byproduct that wasn't there to start off with. That's uncontaminated, that's clean, it's organic matter that can now be utilized for something that can feed into a different value chain in Ethiopia. So for us, it's quite a key intervention that ticks all these boxes. And then also just to note that the environmental argument is becoming the economic argument as well. Before, it used to be business, the bottom line, how much is it going to cost and how much are you going to get for your product. These days, unfortunately, environmental compliance plays a huge role in the economic competitiveness of a tannery. And by adopting an intervention such as this, you're not only opening yourself up to a new revenue by having now organic byproduct that you can valorize, but you're also complying to environmental standards that in turn can possibly lead to new markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The environmental argument becomes the economic argument. That's very, very interesting. And perhaps now I request Mr. Ermias to present the views and observations of the commercial scale enzymatic enhancing demonstration that we have done in that place.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This enzymatic engineering, the story of enzymatic engineering is long time actually, but mostly tanners, as Mr. Madan said, the tanners were not that much, or they were reluctant to start the process. So in Ethiopia, we are one of the companies who want to take this opportunity, and we started the process. So through the process, we have learned a lot of things actually. We don't need to explain about the importance we are going to get, because that's well known, because environment matters and safety of workers also matters more than anything for our company. So we are well committed to start, and with this whole process, we have done several trials. Of course, the trials were not as perfect as we expect previously, but through the time, we are coming to the close, we are coming to the expectation for sure. So the first thing we have learned from this trial, or what we get is to break the impossible. You know, mostly all the timers, as you mentioned before, have a fear for the enzymes because the controlling is very difficult. The facility and the infrastructure we have is also in doubt. Without that, it's convenient for such type of things because mostly enzymes need a closed vessel, right? The temperature has to be optimal, or the concentration, all the things. So, and also the infrastructure. You know, in Ethiopia, there is a breakdown of electricity, all these things. You know, that's what we feel. But with all inconveniences, we came to conclusion that the genetic and healing process is possible. This is the first thing what we get. Second, even we have a doubt on the quality because enzymes, we can't control them. So they can go and destroy the grain, all these things. Of course, we have seen on some parts that recently with different enzymes, what your colleagues with our colleagues are making, we are coming close. There's not that much grain, often the looseness also become improved. So this is what we have gained, and also the flatness or the softness, what we mentioned, are also coming, but you know, there are some objections or some gaps just to what we need to work on. It's not discouraging, it's very encouraging, but because we have to make sure, you know, our laser, especially what we are given, the Ethiopian laser has got a very unique character, especially the grain side, all these things. So we have to maintain that one because that is the main competitive advantage of our country partners. So with all things, we want to thank all parties who involved over here. So for sure, as the Mr. Ambassador said, will take the commitment to bring a testimonial for the COP32. So thank you.
Appreciate Enrico for being the forerunner. And this is very, very interesting. Enzyme unhairing is possible. Listening that from a tanner is so encouraging. And of course, he also said there are some gaps. Yes, whenever there's a transformation from one to the other, there will be some issues. And they are much capable in overcoming those gaps, I am sure. So thank you so much. Now I request Ms. Diane Sheikhzullah, Chief Regional Office for the Africa, UNCTAD.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank organizers of this interesting workshop for inviting UNCTAD. And we are very happy and excited to be partnering with all the stakeholders during this project specifically, but in terms of promoting the leather sector in Ethiopia. So why are we talking about the leather sector specifically in Ethiopia? So it means, and it was even mentioned by all the presenters that the leather sector in Ethiopia is very important because it contributes a lot to the economy of the country in terms of job creation, in terms of exports. And the demand of Ethiopian leather is now very increasing because you know it's very well that Ethiopia is the top country in terms of producing leather. And you know what? Whenever I'm going back home, everyone is asking me to bring an Ethiopian made handbag or leather jackets. So which means really all the Africans, they are looking at Ethiopia as a key producer of leather products. However, even if we are thinking about the leather sector, this is a sector which is very much affecting the environment, and we know all of us that there is a very growing pressure in terms of environmental protection and climate change. So we know very well that all the procedures related to the production of leather products in most of the case and in most of the countries, it's really affecting the environment. It can even affect the health sector of the workers, of the people, the production process. So that's why it's very important that all the stakeholders who are involved, they have to sit together and start this discussion and support this initiative of green production. Yes, there's still a lot of challenges around this initiative, including the capacity building, including the awareness, including the financial means, because if we are talking about greener production, it means we have to invest. So green investment is also something very critical. So all those challenges really are there, but we are also here to fight against those challenges and find solutions. So institutions like UN Trade and Development or other UN agencies like UNIDO, ECA, or many other stakeholders. So we are very much involved into supporting the sector with some key specific interventions in the area of technical cooperations. So number one, we are advocating for policy and regulations that are environmental friendly and that can facilitate the development of this sector in general. And also, we are looking very much into the capacity building. I mentioned that capacity building is very critical, not only at the technical level or at the level of producers or manufacturers, but also at the level of policymakers. It's very important that policymakers as well understood very well the meaning of greener production and what they have to do, either in terms of providing incentives or in terms of putting in place regulations that are facilitating greener production. But the government institutions and policymakers, they are very in this whole process. And then another area where we are very much involved as UNCTAD is in the area of research. You know, we are providing data and information to help the policymakers and the other institutions to make decisions that are based on facts, on data-related information that are really data-driven. So these are like the key areas where we are intervening. And last but not least, it's about the value chain integration. So this is very, very important in our continent specifically. You know very well that there is the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is now promoting free trade between African countries. So we want to change that habit of exporting raw materials. You know, in the leather sector, many countries are only exporting high-end skills without adding value. And you know what is happening? They're just coming in, investors or buyers from Europe, from USA, or even China. They're coming in Africa, they're buying our raw materials, the high-end skills, they took back those products in their country, they add value and bring the like finished products in our countries, and those finished products are extremely expensive. So we are very much promoting local production and regional value chain integration, but not only in the leather sector, but in other sectors as well. So thank you so much. Let me just by here.
Ms. Ryan, it is indeed very, very interesting, and thank you for enlightening us that you are providing support system for policy and regulation, capacity building, and also very, very importantly, the local value chain integration, which is very, very critical. Thank you so much. Now, let me invite Mr. Asepa of Addis Ababa Tannery to provide his views and observations on the commercial scale trials.
Thank you. In Addis Ababa Tannery, I'm from Addis Ababa Tannery. 25 years ago, I learned about cleaner production. 60% of the waste is from beam house. The main chemicals are sulfide, chrome, and salt. Then, after 25 years, thank you God to see the practical enzymatic unhearing. I know the knowledge before 25 years. Practically, I observe the practical thing now. In our tannery, we make a big trial. We take 170 hides in 1 gram. Then we replace in the conventional recipe the enzymatic unhearing, which is enzyme. Then in that case, we get 3 things. 1, the odor in the beam house. There is a pollution of odor. For our employees, there is no odor when you use enzymatic unhearing system, because B2 hydrogen sulfide, the employees exposed to odor. The second one, there is no BOD, which is, in my opinion, 50% of this waste liquid, the load to wastewater treatment is reduced. So, even the hair, there is hair saving system we can use for fertilizer or others. We get that one. In Addis Ababa Tannery, mainly we use cowhide. We are using cowhide. Then, from the conditional recipe and due to enzyme, we compare also the quality. We take 170 cowhide using sulfide. The result is 70% is for waxy, or the better grade, I mean, avoidable selection. 29.7 is for lower or white back imposed. When we use unhearing system, 88.2% is for waxy, 11.8% is for white back imposed. We get 18% quality improvement also in the quality when we use this enzymatic unhearing system. So I think it is helpful, it is good for the handling this be strong, also to reduce the salt and chrome. How to improve the salt and crop for agri production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the observations are very, very interesting indeed from Manisa Baba Chandani. Thank you, Mr. Rasepa. Thank you so much, Mr. Rasepa. And he said it is, the border is eliminated, number one, and there is a significant UOD reduction, number two. And very interestingly, there is a quality improvement. That is very, very important because that's going to bring about more money. So thank you so much. Now let me request our long-term friend, Mr. Kepade from Kolba Canary to share his views.
Thank you very much. Since the launching date of Green Primary Initiative in the Indian University, we are waiting eagerly, for this practical work. As Kolba Canary, in our environmental management system, we have our own environmental policy. In our environmental policy, we have committed, there is a certain, we are committed to be one of the circular tannery in the coming 5 years. So we were working for that as a technician. We have information of this enzyme and hearing system technology, but we don't know how to do it. We tried our best even to go to Chennai thank you for the Atowultu and Mr. Yasin. They facilitate for us to go and to visit CLI and CLI laboratory. We have seen what you were doing there, this here, the enzyme and hearing and the hair for fertilizer to use as the fertilizer. We also participate in the cleaner technology during our eligibility certification process. All this we have tried, but this program is very useful for us. When we start the training program, we send our technicians, they train well. And on June, when we came in our factory, we tried that trial. We are processing high protein sheep in these three raw materials. We use this enzyme and hearing. Of course, it was new for us, and your expertise was very important for us. The result was good. We are happy. We face the only thing we face some small quality problems. On the grain side, the grain was dull, and in the sheep skin, the grain was off. So we were very much eager to implement this technology, but we evaluate with your expertise. Maybe we use poor raw material or this enzyme processes, it needs strict control of parameters. All those anyway, the second week, last week, again, we learned out of the first practice, and we did in the small scale, in the testing ground, we were successful. So we tried to do it again in the bulk, in the production and the big drum. Really, we are happy. Even, the quality of the wet glue was better than we have When you see the flatness, the softness, and doing fleshing, you know, it was very easy to do the fleshing. The owner of the tannery, when he see the fleshing, how it was nice, the paint. Oh, he said, this is very nice, even to eat, it is like injera, he said. Our guy from Dockside, like injera, and come here, really successful. We are very happy. Thank you for the transformation of this technology. Even though there is something, well, 99% we say we are successful. If something, some quality or something remains, that is our duty. You know, this we have to work. We are not only waiting spoon feeding, we also have to do our own research. And I hope we will meet the target that the circularity of our tannery within 5 years. So thank you very much. We are very happy. You know, this is not only the environment issue is one. You know, in our management of our tannery, they are initiated themselves when they see the cleanness of the pen. Oh, this is what they say. The people are saying it is used for food, they say. So what the owner is now initiating to work for the gelatin, you know, when he see it looks like injera. Why not we produce the gelatin here like this? So for Colmar, it is a good experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. And we all wish Colmar Tannery to be a circular tannery. The Colmar Tannery to become the circular tannery soon. And we will be facilitating your concerted efforts for the environmental production, your environmental management system. And of course, as you rightly said, I thank you for having said that it is your effort and also your contribution to standardize the process to suit your raw material and the other conditions. That's very, very important because you are the experts. We just develop and we can just tell you as to how it could be done. But again, perfecting should be your responsibility. And I thank you so much for saying that. And now let me request Mr. Manigandan, who is the industrial expert, who has been doing the trials with the enzymes here in Ethiopia. Mr. Manigandan.
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity first. And see, I'm staying here for almost 2 months here to optimizing this technology. And I'm traveling quite a lot to establishing this process. And really, I'm thankful to Dr. Madan because he has given me a very good opportunity to work in this. And of course, we have done a lot of trials initially to take the steps before that also. And I visited 2-3 times and I done some trials in Ceylon in India. Then after that, I came here. Actually, I traveled from here from 3 nights because we have done some few things like we work towards green technology actually. So this technology is not only for environmental side. So for environmental side, that most of the world gentlemen spoke like that. But I would like to explain a few words about this technology. In terms of leather, as leather benefits, like when you go to the commercial scale, like this is not an easy one, the replacement of sulfide and use the enzyme as it is in the process. So this process takes a lot of steps, parameters, we need to follow this. The main part is the soaking actually. The soaking that like I came to know here, you are using pet salted, dry salted, and as well as the large stocks also coming inside the factory. I've made experience in that also. And of course, so we need to take a lot of initial steps for the soaking also. The soaking pH, that most important for the soaking pH should be around 8, 8.5, not more than that. We need to maintain that first thing. And apart from that, I have not seen that you are not using much of pesticides. but I'm requesting you to all use the adapter sets because when you are using enzymes, so you may get confused because of enzyme that you're getting the brain damage. It's not like that. See, the enzyme you're working because of like instead of sulfide using the enzyme, we are optimizing the quantity, I mean the dosage based on your raw material fiber matrix. That is the most important thing. And apart from that, the pH, what we need to maintain the soaking, and apart from the temperature, what I believe is that temperature is most favorable in Mojo than Addis. Because Addis, like we have some around the temperature goes beyond 16, 17 like that. But in Addis, it's 100% favorable for this. Like because I worked this technology for long years and outside the India also, across India. But I feel this temperature is very suitable because in India, what we used to do, we used to add some ice cubes during the addition of lime because it will generate more heat. For the reason, what I believe is this temperature is 100% suitable. I know that most of the tanners are using warm water during deanening and beating. So you know the techniques, how to use the enzymes. So it's very simple, like because I started working with this gentleman that overall sitting here, the guys. Initially, what we failed a little bit, like in the grain structure is much more different, like what he said is right. But slowly we optimize and we develop this and we work based on that because we educate them and they should also come up. Like from the first trial that what we have developed and next trial that slowly we develop. And now we come to a larger scale. And of course, like Colbert Andrew, and he encouraged me like anything. Like when we work together, like he forced me. And he shows like he's having tremendous interest to adapt this technology. And of course, we work in different ways. Like we never, like I told him also before that what they are using, the regular belt is almost like the 18 kgs at average weight. And I told them that because we can use better than that also. I mean, he's also trying to implement this technology for food grade and as well as for different projects like that. So we started working on it. And of course, he told me that he asked us to come for the next couple of trials. And of course, I would like to spend time with him for more than 1 month. I hope so. It will happen very soon. And moreover, I'm believing this Helico also now showing interest in this because they facing some environmental issues also. Just before also, Mr. Edna showed it. And the reason trial what we have done is it's appreciable from that. So we would like to continue this. And of course, I'm expecting this type of cooperation from all the tanners because so far we have done only a few tanners and that was the 3 people. I'm requesting, giving the support from the other tanners also, and we are ready to work with you also. Like in the future, because Mr. Wall also spent 2 days with me in Kanpur, and we have demonstrated practically how we are doing the enzymatic engineering. And apart from that, we are using the flush for the other thing, like food grade industry and food industry and for pharma grade industry. So we are working towards the environmental side only. So I would like to encourage the people that who are willing to do this technology. And thanks for the opportunity sharing this. And if you have any doubts or anything, you can call me and you can contact me anytime, ready to do service for you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manikandan, for having served here for quite a long time on this element. Enzymatic engineering and being the ambassador for propagating this technology. Thank you so much. Having listened to the panelists, now you are welcome to ask any questions or make any comments or opinion or whatever. Open.
Thank you for having a chance to have some questions for the participants. First of all, what for us as an Ethiopian, what we want to know is
the environment issue is serious in this country. And from our experience, we can't continue with the conventional process. We have to change. So for change, there are challenges, and also we have to face that challenges and come out with a solution. And many tanneries, what we had before, 8 up to 10 tanneries are closed, not with the business case, but it is for environment. Okay, yeah, now it is better. So thank you for SMEC project to address this environmental issue and to create a sustainable environment. But I have a question for you also, for LZ, and also for Ms. Diani, because this, the first step of SMEC project is now, it has a good hope and also future future hope. So we have to have like a phase 2 support, just increasing of for the next step. And because when Ms. Diane expressed, UNCTAD also has some help in research. Research is not only for the data, because this also as an information for the future. What do you think about the continuation of this project? This is my question, because there are also, we can add also about solve problems, problems as Mr. Hayes raises. This is the question for you to address some environmental issue. And for the industries, specifically for areas, why specifically I raise for areas is because the CEO for Alico, Mr. Haileki, was also there. And so you are not alone. But my question is now the door for the technological improvement is open. The eye opener of the support is already there. So it needs a commitment from you to continue and to get very good achievement of results. So for that, it needs commitment, investment, and also just give time, more time for improvement. So what is your commitment level to do that? This is one of the questions that can be for the others also. And I'm very happy with Mr. Kabela's explanation. I know he's good of just finding an environmental solution because we are together for more than 25 years in this sector. So I know he's good. Now to get your answer, especially for enzymatic hearing. So that's up to you to convince the owner. And I'm happy to hear also the owner is very committed for this. And it is not, as you clearly said, such kind of things is not expected as a spoon feeding. So needs effort. So that effort comes out from the industry. For Mr. Manikandan, and my question, you already developed enzymes. You select for the best fit for the Ethiopians. Is there a possibility of producing that enzymes here in Ethiopia locally? Or just targeting the East Africa?
Okay, thank you so much. Perhaps we'll give the mic first to Ms. Diane.
Yeah, thank you so much. Maybe I will also ask Elizabeth to help me in terms of continuity of all the phase 2 of this project. But what I can say is that in every project, it's very important to think about exit strategy from donors, because they're not going to stay there forever. They will be there for a certain limit of the period. And the second, we have also to think about sustainability and continuation of the best practice of the greener production. So those ones are very critical as well. So what we think is that like the trainings and trainings of trainers, which means the local producers, like local companies like these ones, those who are very much involved into this greener production, using the green technology, they would be the one to ensure the sustainability by teaching the remaining part of the sector, especially SMEs, because they are also very much involved in this sector and they need capacity building, they need exposure, they need technology. And what we think or what we plan moving forward in the future is to have these already established businesses who are in this project to duplicate the best practices and share knowledge with other partners or businesses in the sector. Maybe Elizabeth can complement regarding the second phase. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I want to address your comment or your question window by picking up on something that the gentleman, both of you said on my left, in that you've known about cleaner production and greener technologies since 25 years ago, which is great. But it's only really now that, thanks to the UK government, that's invested in de-risking a new technology and innovation and shown practically how it can be done, that there is now this momentum and uptake and belief in the solution. So having said that, seed funding, donor funding is important. And I think the SMIT program has done this specifically and particularly well in de-risking really innovative new technologies. But then coming to your next point, is there a phase 2? We hope so. We really do. It's this uniqueness, this unique structure and architecture of the SMIT program of bringing a practical solution to the local context that is causing a lot of interest or raising a lot of interest from other potential donors and international agencies. So we as SSN and Robbie will hopefully agree, is definitely got our ear on the ground for other opportunities being in the international development space. So we will continue with the partnerships with the Ugandan stakeholders, with the Indian stakeholders, and definitely with the labour sector. It's a key sector in our mind, so the focus is there. I hope that answers the question. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Both of you have provided the perfect reply to the question. And now let me ask Mr. Ermias.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wantu. Of course, Mr. Haile Cross is here. He will summarize, he will have his own view on the project lately. But let me say my part. As you said, well, the commitment is important. Actually, whatever you bring, if people are not committed to do that, that's common actually. So as a company, I know everybody knows ELICO. ELICO is much committed to such aspects, especially the environmental and the safety, the employee safety as raised from my friends. So it's one of our policy actually to maintain environment and always Mr. Saraban is raising. Now we are not considering waste, just we are considering it as a resource. So I will come later on. I hope I will have a chance. I'll have some questions on that. So we are highly committed for sure, and step by step, we'll try to invest what is necessary, especially after our arrival of Mr. Haile Kilos. We have been discussing about these issues actually, because sustainability and environmental things are the main challenge in Ethiopia recently for the tannery especially. So after his arrival, the question he's raised is how do we make cleaner production? even to recycle all the wastes. So we are studying the things and we have proposed some solutions which needs investment from the owners. As you know, the owner is also highly committed for this. So we are really committed, but as I mentioned, the transition has to be swift. You know, it has to be soft transition. We have to maintain the market. We have to maintain the quality. That is the only issue. But for sure, what we have seen is promising for sure. With the short period of time, we will implement this one. And we are even talking about this hybrid system of unhearing, because we are using around 1.72% of sulfide. So at least to reduce that one with 1% or more. So we are discussing all these issues and we have some trials also before this project. So we are working on that. We are highly committed. So for sure, and we will add our effort. So we are not expecting from others, as my friend say. Actually, in the process also, we have both our fine tune. We are giving what I call it feedback or some ideas to make it more effective. So we are not only waiting for them, even we are adding our effort. So we can guarantee the rest, Mr. Hierarchios will assure you.
Thank you. As Mr. Wood said that as a technician, he takes the assignment to convince our management as well as the factory owners. This can be done. The other thing, you know, when we purchase this machine or this apparatus, it needs a lot of money. LIDI and Ministry of Industry also has to help to import it, where all the Ghana is for 20-30 years, to import it duty-free, or if there is any means of subsidized or this DD and Ministry of Industry as well, the environmental authority also has to help us. Again, coming to the CLRI, respective CLRI scientists also. You know, as I told you, this 10 solid wastes, now we manage, in the case of Kolba, we are reaching, before we were 5 was utilizing, and again, when we add these 2, it will be 7, but the rest waste, something like yesterday showed us in the training that from the shaping dust, from the brushing dust, and from the cleanings of this finished and crust, you know, how to do space of data together using few transferring machine. All this technology also, I hope DG and industry and UNIDO also will facilitate to get this transformation of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Ms. Manigandan. Yes, Mr. Rahman. It's quite possible. We can do manufacturing here also, but for that we need to have a lot of proposals. I need to discuss with my directors, then after that I'll let you know. Definitely we can do this project. Like besides that, I need to have a lot of support from you, because see, across the world that you are the number one, that you are transferring the technology to the Ethiopian people. I'm really welcoming this, because this day is going to be a calendar of events, iconic calendar of events in the leather industry. So no doubt, full hats up for all your efforts. But in that continuous program that we will definitely be the part of, we will do the support for you also. I will let you know shortly regarding this. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Any other question?
First, I want to say thank you for development partners and for the project owners. Yeah, as we know, the enzymatic process, it has almost 100% environmental advantage. I have one question to encourage the tanneries and other partners. I don't know what the phase of this project, but if you can put one slide regarding the financial advantage of this project, conventional, when we talk about enzymatic and conventional, what is the financial advantage which we get? Because I hear from Addis Ababa tannery, it's like a big improvement. If you get 89% of waxite with TR selection, so it's a big advantage. Because in Ethiopia, mostly cow hides we are using for the domestic manufacturer, so it will be some cost sensitive issue if you use the enzymatic process, because I know the costing and something like that. So it's a big advantage for our tanneries, and hopefully you will continue your support with other interventions. But please try to put one thing about the financial advantage, because I know we get a big advantage when we use the enzymatic project. Thank you.
Let me answer this, and then I give the mic to the manager from the right. Yeah, let me answer. The process cost of sodium sulfide life system is about in Ethiopian index. It's about 12 to 15 Ethiopian birr, the chemical input cost. And for the enzyme, the cost is almost same. In some cases, it is 1 birr or 2 birr more than the conventional system. This is one. Without considering the advantage of the quality improvement, this is the direct comparison. Okay, so if there is a quality improvement, of course, we are going to get more returns, financial returns. Okay, fine. Now, the mic may be given to Erico, General Manager. Yeah, just a minute, sir. One minute. He wants to supplement.
I'd like to address your question. Like, see, in terms of cost effective, that Sir has explained very clearly, there is no much more difference when adopting this sulfide-free technology. Apart from that, as a tanner, what you have a benefits in terms of quality as a leather. 100% sure you will have area increment. The yield will be, you will have an increment when compared with the regular conventional method. First, apart from that, your texture of the grain will be very softer, and you can reduce the fat liquor by doing the post-standing operations, and you can avoid rechroming. I believe this itself makes you much more difference. Just compare it for the long term. When you do the production for the month, you will have a lot of environmental safety benefits. Apart from that, as a leather, you have an increment. This unity experience will be more only when you started making one process in your channel. Just like that, if you compare, start with, like the enzymes are very much comparable with the supply. Very simple chemical. Example, maybe if you're if you're making cow, your percentage, I believe, is 2.5% of sulfide, I believe. If you're making 4 tons, roughly example, I'm saying 100 kg your consumption. But when you start using enzyme, you need to use only maybe 7 to 8 kgs. Think about it. So a lot of differences in that. And you are going to use the enzyme levels 0.2, the maximum percentage of the raw material. So you can compare. It's easy viable. No need to worry about all the things. But only thing is you need to start adopting this technology. Accept this. That's all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity. The project should have started a little bit earlier because, there was a lot of aggregation conducted through supports to most of the tanneries, I think 7-8 years ago. And then after aggregation, lots of the government has strictly implemented the national standard. And then most of the tanneries were forced to go for secondary treatment. But unfortunately, they were tied with financial constraints. So most of them come, to shut down. And as Mr. Windo has explained, 8 tanneries have been shut down. And now the government is not only, stopped during that time, it is continuing. And now also the government has a green initiative in all sectors, not only the leather sector, in all sectors. Considering our factory, our company, Inico, is not only a tannery, it is also a shoe manufacturing company, military shoe manufacturing company, and safety shoe manufacturing company, and leather products manufacturing company. So we have to look at the whole picture along the supply chain. If there is no finished leather, so the other companies will push it down. So we have to look at the bigger picture of it. We have more than 2,000 workers there. If we don't follow the environmental regulations, which is very difficult to achieve unless we go for enzymatic annealing to fulfill the BOD and COD. Fortunately, we had also tannery, of course, it's shut down in Devrabran. We had the tannery because of the environment, it's shut down. So what we did is we brought some of the machineries there to use here. Even bringing some of the machines from the Devrabran tannery, we are not compatible to the regulations. So we have to go. One of the requirements that we don't feel is the BOD or COD. So we have to go. There is no option. We don't have to look even at the financial terms. It's it's like a survival issue. It's not about the economic viability. It is about survival. In order for us to survive, either we have to relocate it, otherwise we have to abide to the regulations of the country, possibly to the international standard. So we need to continue. This is a project for me at infant stage. There is no choice. We have to continue working on it. Even would like to make it a little bit more high project. We have at local level, even we have a project designed for this one to comply to the national level. Even we are discussing with the Prime Minister office because it's about survival issue. It is about 2,000 workers. It is about supplying to the other industries because we are the one supplying, to almost all the SMEs. So we need to look at the whole picture. We are committed. We are ready to invest. Even we have approved the budgets for this one, but we can't implement by ourselves. We need CLR, CSR, right? We need even Indian government support also. We need to go beyond that because it is, the relationship we had. I had been in the project with the benchmarking project, different support projects. So the support should go beyond two issues to government support. Because if, for example, the benchmarking projects that we used to have been very successful, and then it was expanded to other African countries as well. So if we take Ethiopia as a pilot project, of course, for the development partners also, if we take Ethiopia as a pilot project, and then if we successfully implement in selected industries here, then it is easy for you also to go to the other developing countries as well. So we are committed enough. We can invest whatever is required. Our team is also.
Thank you so much. It is well stated. It is very well articulated, and I'm thankful to you. It supplements what he had said.
Yeah.
I know a few of you have some more questions, but for paucity of time, we are moving on to the other session. Thank you all so much.
You give them memento. Please, mementos keep the promise.
Oh.
Be there. அதே கொடுத்துருங்க. மாட்டேன்.
Take note of enzyme magically analysis.
Thank you very much to all our panelists and participants for the engaging discussion. Now I request Dr. Saravana to all the panelists for a moment to thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Panelist or group. Around.
We need to put off.
இங்க வர மாட்டாங்க. இது வர மாட்டேங்குது. பக்கத்து செஷன்ஸ் இவன் முதல்ல மைக் இது நிறைய கொடுக்க மாட்டேங்குது. பிரசன்டேஷன்ஸ் then selected sessions.
Okay, we now have a presentation on the panelist request. Then we can welcome Dr. Shakila, Principal Scientist, CSIR, to present on the utilization of airways. Please, sir.
ரொம்ப இழுத்தாது கீழே விழுந்துரும்.
கணேசன் இந்த வீடியோ ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணுங்க. அடுத்த செஷன் பாருங்க.
அதுல பாரு அதுக்கு இல்ல இதுக்கு இல்ல இது வந்து செஷன் வெறும் பிரசன்டேஷன் தானே.
இது ஃபுல் பண்ணிட்டாங்க இல்ல
இதுல வருதா பாரு.
So I'm here present on the utilization of hand waste. So in this particular presentation, let me take you through the hair waste that gets generated out of the Ethiopian tanneries, as well as the organic fertilizer, what we could produce, and what is the demand for organic fertilizer in Ethiopia, as well as how we can supplement or bridge the gap between demand for the organic fertilizer and the hair waste utilization with the technology of CSIR CLRA. And I would also comment on the techno-commercial feasibility of implementation of this particular technology in Ethiopia and its application as an organic fertilizer and its outcomes will be supplemented in this presentation. So to begin with, let me brief about the solid waste that gets generated out of the leather sector. So as you may be very much aware, there will be two kinds of waste, proteinous waste and the non-proteinous waste. So the proteinous waste may be contributing for before tanning as well as after tanning. So if it is after tanning, it is mainly the tanned leather crust and the finished leather crust and the crust leather trimmings, right? And the buffing dust and the shaving dust would contribute to the solid waste post-tanning operations. With respect to BMOS operations, it is mostly the raw trimmings, hair waste, and the flushing, including the lined trimmings. That would be the waste that gets generated out of the leather industry, right? Do you know the volume, how much that gets generated out of processing 1,000 tons or 1 ton of hides and skins? Let me just brief about it. So if we process about 1 ton of hides and skins, that would generate about 35 to 50 tons of raw trimmings waste and 40 to 60 kg per ton of processing hides and skins of about hair waste. With respect to lined trimmings and flushing waste, it would be about 150 to 200 kg that would get generated out of processing 1 ton of hides and skins. But okay, so we generate so much waste, right? But whether there is, what is the main constituent in each of this waste? Whether that would lead to any wealth out of it was the question. So what we thought, like what is the main constituents of these solid waste? If you see the rot means it's mainly comprises of collagen, keratin, right? So, and along with lipid and salt and moisture. With respect to desalted salt, it would be the salt along with moisture and organic contaminants. With respect to flushing waste, it would be collagen, lipid and lime along with moisture. With lime sludge, it would be mainly lime and the contaminants, and hair waste, if you take it, it is more than 93%, it is comprised of the protein called keratin, right? So whether we can make value out of it. So if we could see, this is for processing any ton of hides and skins. In particular, for Ethiopian tanneries, considering about 150 tons processing every day, right? So we have taken like how much waste that is getting generated out of processing this 150 tons per day, right? So that leads to the hair waste of about 6 to 10 tons generated out of processing 150 tons per day in Ethiopia. So you could see the quantum of hair waste that gets generated. It is about 1,800 to 3,600 tons per year is the hair waste that gets generated, right? So, yes. So considering the volume of production as 150 tons per day, with hides as 77.25 tons and skins as 72.75 tons that is getting processed presently in Ethiopia. You could see the hair waste is more, like you could see the hides, the hair waste would be lesser. With respect to skins, the hair waste would be more, right? So on an average, it would be 4 to 7% of hair waste that gets generated, which amounts to 6 to 10 tons per day. But presently, what is the scenario? The hair waste, it is either getting dumped, right, which leads to pollution, or hair pulping process takes place, which leads to the more amount of BOD and COD in the wastewater, or if it gets incinerated, it leads to air pollution, right? Just for example, if we see the BOD and COD load, right? If we do the hair pulping process and if we do the enzymatic unhairing process as against the hair pulping process, we could see the significant reduction in BOD and COD. If you see, it is more than 70% in hides and skins with respect to BOD, and it is more than 66% with respect to COD in the hides and skins, right? So this would contribute to about 18 to 22% of reduction in BOD and COD in the composite wastewater. So on one hand, we know we have a problem. We have hair waste, so much getting generated, right? So on the other hand, there is a demand for the fertilizer. And in Ethiopia, we import about 1.7 million metric tons of fertilizer every year. So where we have more waste, which comprises of rich protein keratin, and on the other hand, there is a demand for the organic fertilizer. In fact, it is growing at the rate of 12.5% annually, the requirement for the organic fertilizer. So how we could bridge the gap, how we could make wealth out of this waste, right? So what we thought of is applying or deploying the technology of manufacture of organic supplement from hair waste. So about 2 tons of organic supplement liquid can be produced from about 1 ton of hair waste. So that could be the value out of waste. So just to give a brief about the fertilizer market, generally it is categorized into dry and liquid based on its form. And on the application, it is more onto agricultural or horticultural or gardening. And with respect to the product, it is mostly organic and inorganic. So the organic fertilizer is mostly from plant-based or animal-based and mineral-based. So what we are employing is the animal-based organic fertilizer. So what is the advantage of this organic fertilizer? As against the chemical fertilizer, which releases the nutrients immediately, there is a sustained release of nutrients to the soil in case of organic fertilizer. And this is environmental friendly. And there is also low risk of nutrient burn to plants. So there will not be excess salt to the plants immediately, unlike chemical fertilizers. And this also enhances the water holding capacity of the soil. So we know the advantages of organic fertilizer. So we wanted to deploy this technology. And this is the technology from CSIR CLRI on the development of organic supplement from hair waste, wherein the keratin hydrolysate is prepared by subjecting the hair waste to thermochemical process, and the organic supplement is prepared by dehydration of this keratin hydrolysate liquor, either by concentration and making it into a liquid product, or spray dried to give it as a powder product. So there are two options available in the technology, and this is the patented technology of CSIR CLRI. And during October 2025, this technology has been licensed to Leather and Leather Products Industry Research and Development Center, Ethiopia, under SNEP project. So, and as per the proposed solution, as Dr. Madan said, as against compost, like we suggested organic supplement, which should be more easy to apply and deploy. So this has been, the hair waste has been subjected to thermochemical hydrolysis, breaking down the robust structure of the keratin into smaller molecules, like where we get the protein hydrolysate as the output. So we have the current generation of 6 to 10 tons of hair waste, and we have the requirement for the organic fertilizer. So waste valorization is the solution suggested. So let me just brief about the technology. So in this technology, if we consider about 1000 kg of hair waste, so the dried hair soaked in about 3 meter cube of water, and during hydrolysis, like we take potassium hydroxide about 100 kg for 1000 kg, and this would be dissolved in 1 meter cube of water, and the temperature will be set to 80 degree in the reactor. Once it reaches about 60 degree, the hair will be added slowly, and the initial pH before hydrolysis would be about 13.5, and after hydrolysis it would reach about 12.5. So here the keratin hydrolysate, what we get would be of the solid content of about 18 to 20%. So then it will be subjected to neutralization. There again, we use the reactor will be subjected to temperature cooling down to about 37 degrees Celsius, and it will be neutralized with the phosphoric acid to give the neutralized product, and that is subjected to evaporation for enabling the concentration of the product to get about solid content of 50 plus or minus 2%. And thus that will give about 2000 liter of organic supplement liquid. And then it will be packed and stored. So that is the technology all about. So in a nutshell, like the hair waste is subjected to hydrolysis, and that could be dried to have the powder, or that could be concentrated to have a liquid product. So this is the demonstration as part of the technology licensing. The demonstration has taken place in LLPIRC. So where you could see the hair waste has been fed into the reactor. So it slowly moves through the layer and it reaches the reactor. And meanwhile, in the reactor, the potassium hydroxide is added and now then the hair is added. It is subject to hydrolysis. So after 1.5 hours to 2 hours, you could witness the keratin hydrolysate after hydrolysis, like how it is taken up as the keratin hydrolysate, then it is subjected to neutralization and concentration to get the organic supplement liquid. So now let me take you through the techno-commercial feasibility. Right, so we had seen hair waste is there. There is a requirement for organic fertilizer, and we have the technology to bridge it. But whether this is feasible technically and commercially. So we had seen it is technically feasible. So whether it is really commercially feasible or not. So we just had taken up the capital investment required for establishing a plant for processing 6 tons of hair waste per day. And excluding the land, we have taken the capital investment. So the hydrolysis reactors, which amounts to about, which amounts to about 0.15 million USD, and the concentration by evaporators, which again would amount to 0.15 million USD, and the storage units, the holding tank and the storage tank, along with the packing unit, 0.05 and 0.05 to 0.1 million USD, along with the utilities and the instrumentation, another 0.1 million USD. So it sums up to about 0.5 million USD of capital investment for setting up this plant. And the area requirement is approximately 2,000 square meters. So as far as operational expenditure is considered, so this is mainly for producing the product of 6 tons per day. What is the actual operational expenditure anticipated? So we have considered the manpower, the chemicals, the energy cost, and the packaging cost. So the chemicals cost, so I have taken for 6,000 kg of hair waste, about 600 kg of potassium hydroxide and 900 kg of phosphoric acid. And that is of the amount of 650 USD per ton and 770 USD per ton is the amount, the imported amount. So this gives to the total cost of producing 12 tons of liquid organic supplement per day, with the total operational cost of about 1,947 USD. And this is for about 12,000 liters. So the per liter costs about 0.162 USD is the per liter cost of organic supplement. So with respect to the economic feasibility, just considering the selling price of about 0.75 USD. If you really see, it ranges from about 0.4 USD to $3 to $4 per USD for the indigenous products in Ethiopia. And if you get it imported, it even ranges about $20 per kg. So we have just taken a very nominal amount of 0.75 USD per liter. So the production cost is about 0.58 million USD. This is the operational expenditure. And the production quantity for about 300 days, it amounts to 3,600 tons per year. So the per year, the possible sales value is about 2.7 million USD. And that gives us the profitability of 2.12 million USD. So you could see the returns of about 2.12 million USD per annum. So if we consider the break even, so this gets break even when we produce about 850 tons of organic supplement liquid, which we may be able to achieve it within 71 days. So the return on investment, if you see, it is likely to be about 1.4 in 3 months. So let me just take you through the business case. About 6 tons of hair waste getting generated from processing of 150 tons per day of raw rice and skins in Ethiopia. And this leads to the production of 12 tons of organic fertilizer, which is again an NPK formulation because we add potassium hydroxide and phosphoric acid. And with a capital cost of about 0.5 million USD and the OPEX of 0.58 million USD and the revenue that gives generated the revenue of about 2.7 million USD, leading to the profitability of 2.12 million USD and the estimated break even with about 3 months. So this is the raw input what we have taken, and that would be the output as the organic supplement liquid. So I would just like to share the experience what we had in India. Like we had used this organic supplement in the crops, testing the field level trials, and we had taken up the field level demonstrations using this, where we could achieve about 26 to 30% increase in the crop yield with respect to usage of organic supplement in the chili crop. And we also tried in the paddy crop and the amaranthus. And the other additional feature is there is also controlled growth of weeds in the organic supplement treated plants. That was done in Ramanathapuram in Tamil Nadu, the southern part of India. And so if I could summarize the hair waste as an organic fertilizer, the outcomes, what we anticipate is this would be the sustainable solution for the disposal of hair waste that gets generated out of the leather industry. And with this, the application of the product is also reduces the use of the chemical fertilizer by 1/3. And this demonstrates the exemplary model for circular economy as it provides the scope for the financial returns. So it is the wealth out of waste. And the increase in crop yield is the advantage for the farmers. And this is the import substitution because we are importing about 1.7 million metric tons of fertilizer every year in Ethiopia. So with this, I conclude my session. Hope if there are any doubts, we can clarify. Okay, so we will take up the next presentation, then we may take up the questions. Maybe during the networking lunch.
Thank you, Dr. Shakila, for the detailed presentation of mitigating techno-commercial feasibility to technological implementation in Ethiopia. I would like to invite Dr. Nishan Fatma, Chief Scientist for CLRI, on the utilization of plastic waste on and enlightenment as we serve. And
a very good afternoon to one and all present here. I would like to thank Dr. Shakila first for giving a very elaborate presentation on the types of solid waste generated as well as the advantages of organic fertilizer. So she has made my job simpler. I will start the presentation with a very quick glance of the Ethiopian leather sector. Well, as we have seen since morning, Ethiopia is rich in the livestock population. We have 165 million heads here, and it has a production capacity of 150 tons per day. And the Abyssinian sheepskins. In fact, when our ambassador came here and saw these products, he was so happy to touch and feel them. So that shows the quality of the skins which are present in Ethiopia. Well, that's the good part. The bad part is when you produce this conversion of raw hide skin into the leather, it turns out that for every ton, we generate to the tune of 700 to 750 kilograms of waste. The question is it truly a waste? Well, these are the different classifications of the waste. As Dr. Shakila was clearly elaborating, we have the tanned waste, the untanned waste. I'm going to deal with the fleshing waste here. How do we utilize the fleshing waste, which is generated to the tune of 15 to 20 tons per day in Ethiopia? So if we have to attain this environmental sustainability, what do we do? The question we asked ourselves is, can one man's trash be another man's wealth? That's the question we asked ourselves. And to give you just the scale of problem of the flushing waste alone, as we reiterated, 20 tons of flushing waste is produced every day, which roughly works out to about 6,000 to 7,000 tons per annum, and that is quite huge. And this waste is actually rich in proteins and fats, apart from some lime, because we are adding lime there in the liming operation. What do we currently do with this waste? It is dumped. Okay, we get rid of waste in that fashion, but it causes a huge environmental problem. Why? Because it undergoes, it's a proteinous matter, it undergoes degradation, which leads to greenhouse gases emission. It undergoes anaerobic digestion, as this morning Dr. Madan was mentioning. It generates methane, which is more toxic in terms of greenhouse gases than the carbon dioxide itself. So hence, this is a major issue for the environment. Well, it is an issue for the environment, but it also can have multiple benefits if we convert this waste into a value-added product. So that's exactly what we are planning to do, or we did in this SMEP intervention. We suppose everyone will practice enzymatic annealing, and the subsequent flushing which is generated is going to be free from the sulfide, and thereby it is pretty easy to handle this waste, which is going to be obviously devoid of sulfide, and it reduces the risk during the handling process. It simplifies the downstream processing, and it makes the material more suitable for conversion to a fertilizer. So this is the process. As I was mentioning, we will be taking out the after enzymatic annealing, the flushing waste. And to a large extent, of course, the flushing waste is going to contain moisture, about 80%. The rest is going to be the proteins and the fat. So what was the objective? To convert this waste into a value-added product. The value-added product we targeted in this project is the organic fertilizer. So how do we do it? What do we have in this? We have an organic component and you have an inorganic component. The organic component is your protein and the fat. The inorganic is your lime. So first we have to separate these two things. So we adopted the approach of just a direct hydrolysis of this flushing waste and with no additional chemicals, just thermal hydrolysis, and you separate the organic and inorganic part. You let the process to settle down, and through simple separation, you get a lime which can be reused in your liming process, and the protein hydrolysate which can go for organic fertilizer applications. So these are the process conditions which have been optimized after several trials. We use a temperature of about 140 degrees with a pressure of about 3 to 4 bars, and the reaction time is just about 40 minutes. In fact, pretty less than that. And after settling, we can separate the organic and the inorganic component. So just to tell you in detail about the process, you collect the flushings, you load it into the high temperature reactor, and you set up the conditions which are optimum for the hydrolysis to happen, and you let the material to settle down after hydrolysis. You take out the protein part separately and the inorganic part. Now, as I was talking about the organic and inorganic part, after you separate them, this organic part is going to be rich in nitrogen content because the protein present in that is going to give you the nitrogen content. And the lime part, as I said, can be used both in the liming process of the leather processing itself, or you can send it to the other applications like the cement industry. So this is a simple process flow diagram where I just explained the flushing waste getting hydrolyzed first, then letting the precipitation to happen and the lime getting separated, and taking the flushing waste and converting it into a organic fertilizer. And this video will show you the pilot scale demonstration, which we carried out at LLPIRC. So this is how the flushing waste is fed into the feeder. You could see here how it is getting conveyed to the reactor. So this is the conveyor which takes the flushing waste to the reactor. This is the reactor where the thermochemical hydrolysis of the proteinous waste happens. And this is the, after settling down, I mean, the video now goes to the collection of the lime, which is coming out here. So this is the lime part which has been collected. And this is the protein part. After separation, that was the lime, and this is the protein part which has been collected from this end. And we could actually, the next shot will clearly show you what we started from and what are the two different products which we get here. So you could see here, this is the fleshing, this is the lime part, and this is the protein part, which is converted as an organic fertilizer. So this is the plant which we have put up at LLPIRC. And as I showed in the video, this is the protein hydrolysate and this is the lime fraction. And we had a great inauguration by our SMEP team there. So these are the few pictures taken during those demonstration. Now, what are the characteristics of this waste? I would like to reiterate here. The protein part, what you start with, we get about 90 to 95% in the protein hydrolysate, and the lime is about 99% recovery. So this is practically an approach which gives you near zero, you actually complete utilization of both the protein as well as the inorganic part. And this can be fortified, of course, this is nitrogen rich, can be fortified further with phosphorus and potassium to get that NPK ratio which is required, as Dr. Shakila was mentioning. And the market for this fertilizers, it is anywhere between actually 1 to 1.5 or even $3, depending on the quality. We have taken at a very lesser value of about only 0.75 US dollars per liter. Nevertheless, you would see, obviously, when I say what are the benefits you're going to get, the economic returns, one would like to know the actual numbers. We would see in the further slides how it is economically viable. This technology is economically viable. This is for a 20-ton per day flushing as an input. You could see the capital expenditure will be about 1.5 million US dollars. The operational cost will be about 0.28 US dollars per liter, calculating all the energy, materials, and all the typical operational expenditures which will go in. And this again is the economic feasibility. You could see the production cost for a 20-ton per day capacity will be about 0.5 million US dollars with a quantity of 1,800 tons per annum. And we will get the break even in about 21 months. And this process, as I said, is not only going to make your environment sustainable, but also give you the economic benefits. So this is again to reiterate the techno-commercial aspects of this. So if you start with 20 tons per day, you will get an organic supplement of 3,000 kilograms per day, which will in turn give an organic fertilizer output because we concentrate it to 50% solids as 6,000 liters. And with a very conservative selling price of 0.75, you will break even at 21 months. So the way forward, this technology addresses the environmental issue, obviously, because you're making sure the waste is not dumped anymore into the soil, which in turn will cause all the greenhouse gas emissions and all that. And you're converting it into a product, as Dr. Shakila was mentioning. You are importing, Ethiopia as a country is importing 1.75 metric tons of organic fertilizer. So here you'll be making it indigenous. So you are going to serve your own market. And this in turn will have direct economic benefits. So the linear economy is gone. We no longer will talk about linear economy. It is going to be circular economy so that we achieve zero waste. So what is the take-home message? Well, waste is the new raw material for another industry. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ishaq Fatima, for the detailed presentation on this trash to culture initiative. Next, we move on to the next panel discussion on adoption of enzymatic annealing and utilization of hair and fleshing waste in Ethiopia. This session will be moderated by Dr. B. Chandrasekharan, distinguished scientist and former director, CSIR CLRA. I request him to share his opening remarks.
Yeah. Dr. Shakila. Friends, I don't want to take much time. These are the session. Talks about adoption of enzymatic annealing and utilization of airways. We did see the technical presentations of two of the demonstration basically of the know-how. And the panel here would like to discuss the way forward from the current levels at which such technologies have been demonstrated. And here, yeah. Well, we all have seen, I don't want to elaborate much, as we see the project spearheaded by CLRI in collaboration with LMPRC to implement some of the clean tech initiatives under the SMBP program. That the feedback from the stakeholders who are there as a panelist was encouraging, but then there is a need for taking this activity further for tanneries to adopt fully and see create the sustainable manufacturing happens. And in this, some of the discussion points are like what we see here, yeah. Integration of the annealing as well as utilization of hair need to be taken at a full scale, where we also have the regulatory policy and institutional support. How do we look at some of these aspects? We also need to have, as was mentioned, there's going to be an MLC, a modular city, which is a cluster that is going to come up. So in view of that, how do we align some of these initiatives and meet the environmental norms as well? And also looking at the upscaling. In fact, our colleagues did talk about 20 tons and 6 tons, and how do we take it from a pilot level to a full-fledged commercial implementation. We also have to have some of the proactive environmental compliance mechanisms. In my opinion, I think there is a panelist from EPA also here. So we may have to discuss how do we take it from regulatory to a proactive, performance-based incentive giving mechanisms, which can help industry to adopt most of the environmental norms, and also look at some of the incentivization for implementing many of these things. And we do have here the roles and responsibilities. We do have, obviously, the two institutions which are working here, and there's need for upscaling and support to the industry. In my opinion, the innovation to implementation, that's a cycle in which the know-how, we need to show how, and from there to do how. So that's a process. How do we do, what are the roles and responsibilities for these two institutions? And of course, the industry stakeholders, as some of the panelists did mention, the wholehearted engagement and full-fledged implementation of these things, adaptation by the industry stakeholders is very, very imperative. And the Ethiopian government for proactive policies and financial implementations. to the regulatory agencies, as I said, the performance-based incentives, and also looking at some of the beneficiary sectors. How do we engage them also, whether it is animal husbandry or agricultural sector. So how do we engage them so that the circular economy meets it? So with these few remarks, I would be happy to be interacting with the panelists, so their views, and of course, from the stakeholders' views as well. Thank you.
Mr. Robi Redda, Director, South North. Mr. Yasin Awale, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Ethiopia. Mr. Haile Keros, Managing Director, ELICO. Mr. Odo Legacy, UNIDO. Mr. Kemeda Kebebo, Environmental Protection Authority, EPA, Oromia. I request you all to come to the dais and request Dr. Chandrasekharan to moderate the session.
Yes, once again, warm welcome to the panelists here. I don't want to take much time. As we said, the discussion points are already there. And I would like to probably go with our first panelist, probably Mr. Robi Redda, the Director of South North, to offer his remarks and initiate the panel discussion, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. So in the past, for the past yesterday I was in Iraq, but on Thursday and today I've spent more or less the whole day going around seeing industries and also the leather center, seeing the pilots and so on and so forth. So it's quite an eye-opener for me in terms of and for them on all the presentations. And I think this intervention to start with has been able to influence policy in a way through through the motor leather city feasibility study and others as inclusion of these interventions in that manner. I've heard of peer learning, Ethiopia having done this, and to replicate that in India and in Vietnam, practical trial, and to an extent mainstream implementation. ELICO has done it, ELICO coal band. I was quite pleased to see those plans. And even from what I've heard, there's the motor is much more suitable where we enter upscale is much more suitable for this. So it's all ingredients are there to upscale. Of course, these things require resources. These things require capacity to do them, and then further resources in general. It can't be done, it can't be done through one go and by government support and industry, private sector support as well. So I think where the attention should focus on, and I can say of a few SWIM projects, is to work with you in identifying potential and also wearing my South North hat, because we do some work on climate finance access, working with the Ministry of Finance, which is the National Climate Change Fund in Ethiopia, and drawing money from Green Climate Fund and others, is maybe to look into opportunities like this. Programs of XCDO, other programs of XCDO that are particular interest to Ethiopia, but focus on infrastructure, focus on other bits that can potentially align with some of this. So it's to look at these opportunities and work with you in further upstreaming, but so that it's very clear, there is interest globally. SNAP comes to an end as a program in 2 years, in a year or two. And I'm even trying to look at my colleagues, and then they say 1 year. Okay, 1 year for completion. There's efforts to have a SNAP 2 globally, and this is through and there might be some change in the shape of form of the SNAP we know, if it's successful. So, you know, there's going to be some changes. So just so that's very clear, we're very happy with the project here. Had there been this was, it would be possible to actually support aspects of it, but it's globally as well. So it's not specific to this program or anything, but it's around the program. But we can work very closely with you, including in you know, as we develop SNAP to Siam this proposal. Thank you very much.
The need for taking it further and the scope for looking at certain financial opportunities like the climate change programs. I mean, where some of the international agencies support such actions which look for sustainable manufacturing activities. I'm happy to see your confirmation that SMEP's role could be enhanced, probably with the revised mandate and other aspects of this. I'm sure, and these are not the only, I mean, this, and we do have other international agencies, especially I'm happy to have here Mr. Yasin Awale, representing UNIDO, to highlight such initiatives when we take in the, not just in the national interest now, it is now again goes global, as Robi was mentioning about, and the whole thing towards sustainability and environmental protection measures. And the country like Ethiopia, as many of the panelists mentioned, has to lead even Africa. It has the potential to lead Africa for many of the successful initiatives. I'm looking forward to your views on how best, I mean, some of these successful programs can be taken further.
And thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I think when the initiation of the program started, and I think CLRI actually, the team actually reached out, considering that we were very much on the ground. First of all, for me, I've been very fortunate to have my brother Wondu by my side, because he's a miracle worker. He has the capacity of opening doors everywhere. And being a key focal person for the industry, it has enabled everybody else to quickly plug in to practical solutions. So what basically I'm saying, it's all about being able to network first, to have the right people in the right places who know the challenges and the access to the right solutions. So we do not drop in the dark. So I actually reached out to my team in UNIDO and basically said, look, we have this project which we what complementarities are there, what else is being done. So, and for us, we were very honored to actually tell them, look, this is what we are doing, and we would love to see this progress through, because it has a far-reaching impact than just, I know you're talking about a pilot, but the way we look at it, it is actually beyond the pilot. The results that have actually been attained are so practical, so solution-oriented. And it's not, I think what I liked with Robbie earlier on, saying that to have a project that moves from paper to practical industrial solutions is not something that you see every day. Looking at the roles, when we talk about climate, access to climate finance, and at the end of the day, facilitation of these reachable networks can only be done through having government in front. Private sector does not have easy access to the institutional frameworks of climate finance. It actually needs to have leverage of government basically saying, these are the priority areas of our intervention.
These are the solutions that have been tried and tested, and the industry, for its sustainability, needs these funds to actually invest. Because you're talking about $500,000 per company. I mean, right now the leather industry is basically, I would not say in ICU, but more or less in HDU. So we're really trying very hard to actually survive our operations. Now, government's role is to actually support industry and provide that facilitation to access such and similar finance. And when we look at the development partners, what I like with Diana, when she mentioned, in any program, you need to look at a donor exit strategy. Because at the end of the day, there's such donor fatigue that looking for support and help. I mean, what generally gets the backup. The more frequent you keep begging and begging and begging, it reaches the point that the minute somebody sees you, they close the door. So we need to find a way of how can we be proactive in terms of investing ourselves. I like what Mikhail was saying. ENICO, I mean, we're very proud to see their level of engagement and investment. They walk the talk, and they have an R&D unit. And I think it's the very great benchmarks that COBA has taken up the challenge and said we are not going to be left behind. And where they see benchmarks and best practices being put in place. Now, for donors, I think the most important thing is when we talk about pilot, I think the hand-holding should not just remain at the pilot level, but should escalate to upscaling. Upscaling both mainly information sharing, having platforms to disseminate the information domestically, regionally, and continentally. When we're talking about plugging into the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we're talking about compliance. We are talking about can we convert the narrative for the leather sector from being the fourth largest pollutant to being the largest contributor of waste to wealth. So how can we change that narrative and basically promote that? Now, each and every one of us has a role to play. How best can we play that role? I mean, it means for private sector, they have to have skin in the game. It's not a matter of saying you've been given access to the technology, but you need to co-invest. And I've always seen when we talk about sustainability, if it doesn't make business sense, then it's nonsense. It has to make business sense. Key takeaway for us, as far as UNIDO and our programs are concerned, with CLRI, especially with the zero waste aspect, is the feasibility study that we have the honor and privilege of working with CLRI for the modular city. And the feasibility study that was done close to 10 years ago had an investment capital of close to 150 million euros. The feasibility study that CLRI came and improvised for the current study has a feasibility, a cost of close to 110 million euros. So you can see the reduction on cost. We're talking about 10 years of escalation of pricing. It has come down to at least a 30% reduction on capital investment. And the reason basically be the running operations of common wastewater treatment plant. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The need for taking it beyond, as you rightly said. Definitely there are roles for enhancing, taking it to the commercial level. And of course, as you highlighted, the industries are also keen. It's the right environment right now exists here among the Ethiopian tanners. And I'm happy to welcome Mr. Helikros to offer his remarks, especially the way beyond whatever has happened, like demonstrating from know-how to show-how. Probably now we are in the process of do-how. So how do we take it to the do-how levels, and what are the roles the industry, what is your expectations? Of course, we do have highlighted about the government coming up, not as he said, not just the kind of grants, but also it could be some kind of an incentive, especially when you take environmentally benign programs to sustain a sector, which is going to give much more socially relevant employment generation and other aspects of it. In view of that, so your views would play a major role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For me, as a new general the first issue to solve the environmental issue. We had several discussions, and we were even trying to look after partnering with the organizations. So when the invitation came with the environmental issue of changing waste to waste, then I was very much pleased, and I didn't come with even preparation. I want to learn and then to take it to the next level. So it came in the right time. So we are pleased to go beyond the pilot scale. Even when I see at laser industry development team, of course I used to call it LIPIRI, it's practically done. So now the thing is, what has been there is changing it to our company. So I would like to thank CLRI as always. And always commitment given not only for the family, but also the product sector as well. We have been together for a long time. So we are upgrading, as has been said, to the sustainability issues, climate finance, finance access. If there is an opportunity, would like to partner and to cost share also. We can invest some, and then we'd like to get support. We don't want to be handholded and push forward. So we are ready, and we even have allocated some % of the revenue that we need to sustainability, to address the sustainability issues. So thank you so much. I don't want to talk so much. So can Mr. Roger also come our facility and visit? Okay. Thank you so much. So thank you so much. We'd like to go beyond the pilot and the commercial scale. We'd like to implement full-fledged commercial scale. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Discuss. Giving a case on behalf of the industry that you are keen to implement all these technologies towards sustainability, and that's itself is a welcome trend. And at this point, I would like to request the industry to make use of the pilot facility, what we have right now, or converting your hair waste and this. You can come and take an appointment and then have your own materials being converted in the form of protein hydrolysis as a form of manure. So that would help both the institute and the industry to come closer to taking it to the next level of going for a commercial level implementation. With these few words, now I would like to have the views of our dear friend, Mr. Wundu Legacy, who was part of the Leather Research Institute in Ethiopia, and now he's also with UNIDO, and he's been playing a major role in establishing or revisiting establishing Mojo Leather City. And in view of many of these things, what the way forward and how do we integrate most of these activities with the proposed Mojo Leather City, and your views on that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandru. And also I want to thank all the representatives here from the industries and also from the research institutes. And both my institutes, CLRI and LLPI and DC. First of all, let me address how the government can take big opportunity from this project. Because when we just the government don't send your thinking to the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Dr. Abiy, or the President of Ethiopia, Taye. The government means, for me, specifically for such issue, is Ministry of Industry, MIDI, that is Dr. Mikesa and his staffs, and Zulfikar. These are the government bodies representing the manufacturing sector, specifically laser, not the others. These are the responsibility to act both all the government hierarchies above and below. And when we just give about policies, about strategies, about anything from the government side, these are the policies. So if the ministry is weak to address, and if the media is weak, if LLPIRDC is weak to address all the problems, then we complain the government is failed. But it is not the failure of the Prime Minister or the President of Ethiopia, it is the failure of who put the leaders for the ministry and the media and LLPIRDC. So whatever comment is given to the government, these three bodies has to take. First of all, I want to appreciate how this project is addressed from the beginning, the sustainability matter, and then I will come to MLC. Because the same food can be presented in a different way, but the food is the same. But when you just bring to the consumer, you can have it in different forms, which attracts specifically for the eater and which opens the appetite. And some food, the same food can close your appetite or can open, but the one who presents that food is the decisive. When this project is come, and please, as an Ethiopian, I learned a lot of things from this project. How they package it starting from the beginning. They package it into 5 groups, work package 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to reach to this result. Otherwise, if you are not planning well, you can't reach to this level. Working package, what are different activities? Internally, and what was the result, and which is the gap, how can we fill, and how can we go forward? This is a learning output from this project. So it needs a great work. Otherwise, it could be as other projects, it could be further there. That cannot be a good name for the institute, for both. We have to have a book for that. For all, starting from the scratches, how can we read to this one? It has to be written. This is the lesson, what we have, the things. And also the results, what we have gained from here, especially the waste utilization for the big project of MLC. This is, again, a leap for that project, because already the project is started. And the idea is already bought by the panelists, even though it needs a continuous struggle. Maybe the management of the present can just accept this, but after some time, if there is not any continuous effort and also continuous discussion, it can be forgettable, because there are a lot of experiences which starts in a good way, accepted, but it is not continuous somewhere. It is dropped. So we have to continuously put and also take this opportunity for the big project of MLC. This is what I want to add on in my topic.
We look for very valuable suggestions. And as I have mentioned, and there are now we have one of the important aspect of it is the environmental regulations. So all of our effort, whatever we do, is towards reach out to how do we comply to many of those environmental regulations, not just for the national level. Sometimes, I mean, it is going beyond the national, as it was mentioned. The requirements are pretty large and commitments from every. Even the government has to commit itself that they don't it's the exact what you go beyond the limit of in terms of climate change and other things. And every country now has responsibility in having all the things. I'm sure the agencies like EPA has a more active role, and it's been suggested many forums, like it's a regulatory body, no doubt, but at the same time, if the industries are coming to proactively for companies, some of these norms, is there a possibility of giving them some kind of an incentive or a performance-based incentive for such thing? In that case, it becomes like a proactively everybody engaging themselves, and the job of EPA becomes much easier, and everyone is happy. It's a win-win situation. So I'm sure, I mean, you have definitely ideas. So I'm looking forward to Mr. Kemeda Kepetu from Environmental Protection Authority to offer his remarks and how do we take such initiatives way forward for Ethiopia.
Thank you. Are you here, please? If you are here, I would like to say something before going to mention my points. One question to be raised. Can we say all for environment or environment for all? Inclusive question. As EPA, I'm very excited to appreciate those presenters, organizers, and the participants. This is a good opportunity for EPA to practically implement the situation, the technology. In environmental impact assessments, we put as a topic alternative issue. One of the alternatives we put is technology alternative or production process alternative. And today's presentation excited me for we have tried a lot to search for such alternatives, and this is my best solution to exercise in practice. And the next step is how to support the industries to implement the technology in order to save our environment. When we talk about environment, we are not only activists of environments. We are activists of economics, activists for social issue, and these three pillars should support each other to say sustainable development. If one pillar fails to meet the targets, we cannot talk about sustainable development. And the environmental issue is transgenerational, and we cannot stop it here, we cannot stop it somewhere in the future. But today's generation have its share for the next generation. And in principle, we support environment should take its responsibility, economic issue should take its responsibility, social issue also should pay to save the environment. And supporting each other is our goal to achieve the sustainable development. And the highly polluting industries, if not well managed, can damage the environment and the generation. And one of the industries requiring
good management is tannery industry, and the presentation evidence-based, research-based findings helps us to implement all the problems we faced before several years. And we are happy to implement this, to support all, and genuinely, we are on behalf of EPA presents and implement it as well. And the point is to be implemented the process will be dealt in detail through EPA, social issues, and in collaboration with other sectors. And if you have questions, we can discuss it in detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gimata. Now, the floor is open for any of our stakeholders have, your views. The floor is open now for your views or questions for the panelists. Is there anybody?
Everybody is hungry.
Well, in the absence of anything, maybe, you can still have some of the views we discussed during the lunch break. I'm sure that this is the one panel where, we started about 10 minutes late, but yet we are trying to finish it ahead of time, of course. That's what I should say. But of course, as it was mentioned by many of our panelists, okay, there are a few people there who are asking for, yes.
Question will be for Mr. Amanda.